Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the kitchen was ordinary, fridge humming, dishes drying on the rack, but the fridge itself was chained tightly, padlocked 3 times with duct tape sealing the edges. When police finally forced it open, they didn't find food. They found a pile of neatly folded children's clothes and a sealed envelope that said, "Please forgive me." Ellen Marsh had lived in the small town of Oakville, Pennsylvania for most of her 46 years. A kindergarten teacher at Oakville Elementary, she was known for her patient smile and the homemade cookies she would bring for her students on Fridays. Parents trusted her. Children adored her. Her colleagues described her as responsible to a fault. Ellen lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house on Sycamore Lane, a quiet street lined with maple trees that turned brilliant shades of red each autumn. No one questioned Ellen's quiet life. She had never married, explaining to those who asked that she had all the family she needed in her classroom. She volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends and attended community events regularly. Ellen was pleasant but private, the kind of neighbor who would wave from her porch but rarely invited anyone inside. Her routine was predictable. She would leave for school at 7:15 a.m., return at 4:30 p.m., and on Wednesdays she would visit her elderly mother, Margaret, at Sunset Pines Assisted Living Facility. Every Saturday morning, Ellen would drive her blue Honda Civic to Henderson's Grocery on Main Street. She would spend exactly 45 minutes shopping, filling her cart with the same items week after week. It was Margaret who first noticed something was wrong. On Wednesday, March 12, 2022, Ellen didn't show up for their weekly visit. Margaret called Ellen's home phone, then her cell phone. No answer. She called the school, but it was after hours. The next morning, Ellen didn't arrive to teach her kindergarten class. The school secretary attempted to reach her without success. Ellen never missed a day without calling in, Principal Davis later told police. Not once in 17 years. By Thursday afternoon, Margaret had convinced police officer James Reeves to conduct a wellness check at Ellen's home. What began as a routine check soon became something very different. Ellen's blue Honda was parked in the driveway. The morning newspaper lay on the front step, still wrapped in plastic. Officer Reeves knocked repeatedly, then peered through windows. The house appeared empty, undisturbed. Using the spare key Margaret had provided, he entered the silent home. Everything seemed in order. The living room was tidy, with books arranged alphabetically on the shelves. In the bathroom, a toothbrush stood drying in its holder. The bedroom was immaculate, bed made with hospital corners, clothing hung neatly in the closet. Nothing suggested a struggle or hasty departure. And then Officer Reeves entered the kitchen. The room seemed normal at first, he would later testify. Dishes in the rack, nothing out of place. Then I saw the refrigerator. The standard white Kenmore was wrapped with heavy-duty chains, secured with 3 different padlocks. Black duct tape sealed the edges completely. A small yellow post-it note on the front simply read, "Do not open." Officer Reeves called for backup. Detective Elaine Sawyer arrived 30 minutes later with a locksmith and crime scene technicians. They photographed everything before carefully cutting through the chains. "We all expected the worst," Detective Sawyer recalled. "In 15 years on the force, I'd never seen anything like it." Inside the refrigerator, there was no food. The shelves had been removed to make room for what they found. A pile of children's clothing, folded with precision, 5 small t-shirts, 5 pairs of jeans, 5 sets of socks, all labeled with masking tape bearing different names. Beneath the clothes lay a white envelope sealed with wax addressed to whoever finds this. Detective Sawyer opened the envelope wearing gloves, careful not to damage potential evidence. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered in Ellen's neat handwriting. "Please forgive me, I tried to keep them safe. The voices wouldn't stop. They kept telling me the children were in danger. I thought if I kept these things, I could protect them somehow. I was wrong. Look in the garden shed. I'm sorry." The investigation shifted immediately to the small wooden shed behind Ellen's house. Inside, police found no bodies or signs of violence, only dozens of photographs of children from Ellen's kindergarten classes over the years, arranged in concentric circles on the walls. In the center of the floor sat a child's red backpack containing a journal. The journal detailed Ellen's increasing paranoia over the past 8 months. She described hearing voices warning her that children in her care were in danger from people who looked like regular people but weren't. The entries became increasingly disjointed, with references to watching the refrigerator and keeping the evil cold. A search of Ellen's computer revealed hundreds of bookmarked articles about missing children cases across the country. Her browser history showed repeated searches for how to protect children from predators and signs of disguised evil. But there was no evidence that Ellen had harmed anyone. The 5 children whose names appeared on the clothing were all current students in her class, all safe and accounted for. Ellen herself was nowhere to be found. As the investigation deepened, disturbing details emerged about Ellen's past. 25 years earlier, Ellen's younger sister Amanda had disappeared while walking home from school. Amanda's body was found 3 weeks later in the freezer of an abandoned house 10 miles from the Marsh family home. The killer was never caught. Ellen was the one who was supposed to walk with Amanda that day, Margaret revealed to Detective Sawyer. She had a dentist appointment and couldn't pick her up. She never forgave herself. Ellen's colleagues at school reported subtle changes in her behavior over the previous year. She had become increasingly protective of her students, insisting on personally walking each child to their parents' car after school. She had installed a complex security system in her classroom, one that went beyond school requirements. She started keeping a logbook of every adult who entered the kindergarten area, said fellow teacher Sarah Jenkins. She would write down descriptions, times, even what they were wearing. We thought she was just being cautious after those school shootings on the news. The investigation continued for weeks. Divers searched the local lake. Cadaver dogs combed the woods surrounding Oakville. Ellen's financial records showed no unusual activity. Her last transaction was a $24.17 purchase at Henderson's grocery 3 days before her disappearance. 6 weeks into the investigation, a security camera at a bus station in Williamsport, 80 miles from Oakville, captured footage of a woman resembling Ellen boarding a bus to Buffalo, New York. The timestamp showed 1:17 a.m. on the night she disappeared. The woman wore sunglasses and a headscarf despite the late hour. She carried only a small duffel bag. In Buffalo, the trail went cold. No credit card usage, no cell phone activity. Ellen Marsh had vanished. 2 months later, an anonymous package arrived at the Oakville Police Department. Inside was a USB drive containing a video file. The video showed Ellen sitting in an unfamiliar room, calmly explaining her actions. "I've been watching these children," she said, her voice steady. "I know what's coming for them, the same thing that came for Amanda. I tried to tell people, but no one would listen. So I took pieces of them, things filled with their energy, to draw the darkness to me instead. I've been collecting these items for months, one from each child I believed was marked. The clothes in the refrigerator were the last pieces I needed. The cold keeps the connection pure." Ellen looked directly at the camera. "I've gone to find the one who took Amanda. I know who it is now. I won't let it happen again." The video ended abruptly. Forensic analysis could not determine when or where the video was recorded. The room appeared to be a generic hotel room with curtains drawn. Digital experts confirmed the video hadn't been altered, but they couldn't trace its origin. 1 year after Ellen's disappearance, a man named Robert Keller was arrested in Buffalo for attempting to abduct a 6-year-old girl from a playground. During the investigation, police discovered photographic evidence linking Keller to 3 child abductions across the Northeast over the past 30 years, including the murder of Amanda Marsh. Among Keller's possessions was a newspaper clipping about Amanda's case, and a recent photograph of Ellen taken without her knowledge as she sat alone on a park bench. Police never found Ellen. The case remains officially open, listed as a missing person investigation. But in Oakville, the story of the kindergarten teacher and her padlocked refrigerator has become something of a local legend, a disturbing tale of trauma, mental illness, and the devastating, long-lasting impact of unsolved crimes. Some say Ellen succumbed to paranoid delusions triggered by her sister's murder. Others believe she somehow tracked down her sister's killer and either confronted him or fell victim to him herself. Margaret Marsh, now in her 80s, keeps her daughter's house exactly as it was, hoping Ellen might someday return. The refrigerator remains in the kitchen, though the chains have been removed. Inside, Margaret keeps a single framed photograph of Ellen and Amanda as children, smiling in the summer sun, a reminder of what was lost and what remains unexplained. The children's clothes were returned to their families. The journal was entered into evidence. And in the garden shed, the red backpack still sits in police storage, its contents a window into a mind tormented by an old trauma and driven to unusual means to prevent history from repeating itself. Some cases have clear endings. Others leave us wondering what really happened in the quiet spaces of ordinary lives. The truth about Ellen Marsh, teacher, daughter, sister, and ultimately enigma, may never be fully known. Crime 2, the living room was stripped bare, no furniture, no rugs. Instead, the floor was lined entirely with mirrors, each one nailed into the foundation. Walking across them, you couldn't help but feel watched. In the reflection, every figure seemed slightly off, and in one corner something moved when no one did. Detective Layla Moore had seen many disturbing crime scenes in her 15 years with the Pinewood County Sheriff's Department, but nothing quite like the home of Alina Whitman. The 64-year-old retired librarian had lived alone in the modest 2-story colonial on Cherry Hill Lane for nearly 3 decades. Her neighbors described her as private but pleasant, the kind of woman who would wave from her porch and exchange pleasantries about the weather, but rarely invited anyone inside. Alina's routine had been predictable. Every Tuesday and Thursday, she volunteered at the community garden. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, she would walk to the local cafe, order a chamomile tea, and read for precisely 2 hours. Saturdays were for grocery shopping. Sundays, she attended the 9 a.m. service at St. Matthew's Episcopal Church. When Alina missed church 3 Sundays in a row, Reverend Phillips called the police. It wasn't like her to disappear without notice. he later told Detective Moore. Alina was reliable, consistent. She found comfort in her routines. When officers performed the welfare check on October 12, 2023, they found the front door unlocked. The house was immaculate, almost too clean. The kitchen counters gleamed, the bathroom tiles sparkled. Every surface had been wiped down as if preparing for an open house, but there was no sign of Alina. And then there was the living room, the room with the mirrored floor. The mirrors weren't there before, said Margaret Holloway, Alina's neighbor of 27 years. I was in her home last Christmas when she hosted the neighborhood book club. It was a normal living room with hardwood floors and a beautiful Persian rug that had belonged to her mother. The investigation into Alina's disappearance began quietly, a missing person case involving an elderly woman who might have experienced a medical emergency or cognitive episode. But as detectives dug deeper into her life, unsettling details began to surface. Alina's bank account showed a withdrawal of $3,200 on September 18th, exactly one day before she was last seen at the community garden. The hardware store 3 towns over had a record of Alina purchasing 1224x36 mirror panels, heavy-duty adhesive, and industrial nails on September 20th. The cashier remembered her because she had to help load the mirrors into Alina's car. She seemed perfectly lucid, the cashier, Todd Ramsey, told investigators. She knew exactly what she wanted and had measurements written down on a notepad. I asked what project she was working on, and she just smiled and said she needed to see things more clearly. Alina's cell phone records showed no outgoing calls after September 21st. Her last call was to a number that belonged to Dr. Jason Merrick, a psychiatrist with an office in downtown Pinewood. When questioned, Dr. Merrick initially cited patient confidentiality. It took a court order to release Alina's records, which revealed she had begun seeing Dr. Merrick 6 months earlier, shortly after her 64th birthday. The session notes painted a troubling picture. Alina had reported experiencing what Dr. Merrick described as possible visual hallucinations and increasing paranoia. She claimed to see movements in her peripheral vision, shadows that would dart away when she turned to look at them directly. Patient reports feeling watched in her own home, read one entry from August. Described sensing a presence that seems to emanate from beneath the floorboards in her living room. States that sometimes at night she hears what sounds like breathing coming from under the house. Dr. Merrick had prescribed a low dose of an antipsychotic medication, but Alina's pharmacy records showed she never filled the prescription. As the investigation continued, Detective Moore ordered a thorough search of Alina's property. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in to examine the area beneath the mirrored living room floor. The results were inconclusive. There appeared to be some kind of anomaly beneath the foundation, but further excavation would be needed. When workers carefully removed the mirrors to access the original floor beneath, they discovered something unexpected. The hardwood planks had been meticulously numbered with small marks in permanent marker, removed one by one and then replaced slightly out of order. It was subtle enough that you wouldn't notice at first glance, but when mapped out, the displaced boards formed a distinct pattern. It looks almost like letters, observed forensic analyst Sarah Chen, like someone was trying to spell something out with the floorboards. When the pattern was analyzed by the department's cryptography specialist, it appeared to spell, "below not alone." The decision was made to excavate beneath the living room. County records showed that the house, built in 1937, had no basement or crawl space listed in the original plans. Yet when workers broke through the foundation, they discovered a small, earthen chamber roughly 6 feet by 8 feet. It wasn't deep, just enough space for someone to crouch or lie down. Inside this improvised space were several items: a flashlight with dead batteries, an empty water bottle, a tattered journal, and an old photograph of a young man in what appeared to be a 1950s military uniform. The journal contained only one entry, written in handwriting that Aliner's sister later confirmed belonged to Aliner. I hear him moving at night. At first I thought it was settling sounds or perhaps mice in the walls, but it's him. I know it now. Mother told me he died overseas before I was born, but she lied. He came back changed. They kept him here beneath the floors. I've seen his reflection watching me. The mirrors will force him to reveal himself. I'm going to speak with him tonight. The investigation expanded to include Aliner's family history. Her mother, Virginia Whitman, had died 20 years earlier. Virginia's husband, Aliner's father, was listed in family records as Richard Whitman, who had supposedly died in the Korean War in 1951, 2 years before Aliner was born. Yet military records showed inconsistencies. There was indeed a Richard Whitman who served, but his death was recorded as missing in action, not confirmed. More puzzling still, county property records showed that the house on Cherry Hill Lane had undergone significant foundation work in November 1953, just months after Aliner's birth. As Detective Moore pieced together the fragments of this family mystery, she interviewed Aliner's only living relative, a cousin named Patricia who lived 3 states away. Aunt Virginia was complicated, Patricia told Detective Moore over video call. There were always rumors in the family that Richard had come back from the war. Not right in the head, they said. Virginia never spoke about it directly, but once when she'd had too much sherry at a family Christmas, she said something about how some men should stay lost. I always thought it was just bitter talk from a widow. 6 weeks into the investigation, with Aliner still missing, Detective Moore received a call from a ranger at Blackwater State Park, approximately 30 miles from Pinewood. A hiker had discovered personal effects in a remote area of the park, a weathered canvas backpack containing Aliner's driver's license, the deed to her house, and a handwritten note. The note, confirmed to be in Aliner's handwriting, read simply, "I'm going to find where he went. The mirrors showed me the way." An extensive search of the park yielded no further evidence. Aliner Whitman was officially classified as a missing person, presumed deceased by misadventure. Meanwhile, the house on Cherry Hill Lane remained empty, its mirrored floor replaced with new hardwood during the investigation. The house went on the market but struggled to sell, even at below market value. Prospective buyers reported feeling uneasy in the living room. 1 year after Aliner's disappearance, Detective Moore returned to the house on her own time. Something about the case continued to gnaw at her. Standing in the empty living room, she noticed something she had missed before, a slight difference in the color of the wood in one corner of the floor. Kneeling down, she ran her fingers along the seam where several boards met. There, almost imperceptible unless you were looking for it, was a small etching in the wood. It appeared to have been made with a sharp object, perhaps a knife or nail. The etching formed 2 simple words: "Found him." The case of Aliner Whitman remains officially unsolved. The house on Cherry Hill Lane was eventually purchased by a real estate developer and demolished to make way for modern townhomes. During the demolition, workers reported finding fragments of mirror embedded deep in the soil beneath where the living room had once stood. To this day, some residents of Pinewood claim that on quiet nights, if you stand on the spot where Aliner's house once stood, you can sometimes glimpse a movement in the corner of your eye, a reflection without a source, quickly darting away when you turn to look. Crime 3 she didn't paint, never had, but hidden in the attic were canvas after canvas, portraits of herself in bed, asleep, seen from different angles, each one more detailed than the last. The last few showed her expression changing, eyes twitching, mouth parting, and the final painting showed her, wide awake. Meridian Falls, Vermont had always been the kind of town where residents left their doors unlocked. A small community of barely 6,000 people nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, where everyone knew everyone, and the most exciting news was often just the changing of seasons. It was here that Eliza Thornwood had spent all 32 years of her life, working as a librarian at the town's modest public library, living in the same Victorian house her parents had left her when they moved to Florida 5 years ago. People who knew Eliza described her as quietly pleasant, someone who would smile and nod when greeted, but rarely initiated conversations herself. She was the type of person who blended into the background of town events, who could be counted on to bring homemade cookies to bake sales, but never stayed to socialize. Some considered her shy, others thought her aloof. Most simply didn't think about her much at all. Eliza's routine rarely varied. Weekdays, she would walk the 3 blocks to the library, returning home precisely at 5:30 p.m. Saturdays were reserved for grocery shopping and errands. Sundays, she attended the morning service at the local Episcopal church, then spent the afternoon reading on her porch if weather permitted, or inside by the fireplace during Vermont's harsh winters. It was this predictability that made her sudden absence so immediately noticeable. On a Tuesday in late October, Patricia Simmons, the head librarian, called the police when Eliza failed to show up for her shift and didn't answer her phone. This had never happened before, not once in the 11 years she'd worked there. Officer Daniel Hayes was the first to arrive at Eliza's house, a modest 2-story Victorian with blue peeling paint and immaculately kept flower beds that were now wilting with the approach of winter. Everything appeared normal from the outside, no signs of forced entry. Her car was still in the driveway. The morning newspaper lay on the front step, still wrapped in plastic despite the light drizzle that had been falling since dawn. After several minutes of knocking with no response, Hayes made the decision to enter the premises. The front door was unlocked. Inside, nothing seemed immediately amiss. The house was meticulously clean, almost unnaturally so. No dishes in the sink, no clothes thrown over furniture. Everything in its place, as if the house were a museum exhibit rather than a lived-in home. "Miss Thornwood," Hayes called out, moving cautiously through the first floor. "Eliza, this is Officer Hayes from Meridian Falls PD. Your coworkers were concerned about you." The silence that answered him was heavy, absolute. He checked each room methodically, the living room with its worn floral couch and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, the dining room with a table set for one, the kitchen where a single mug sat upside down on a dish rack. Upstairs, Hayes found Eliza's bedroom. The bed was made, corners tucked with military precision. On the nightstand sat a glass of water and a dog-eared paperback novel. Nothing unusual, except for one detail that struck Hayes as odd. There were no photographs anywhere in the house. No family portraits, no vacation snapshots, not a single personal photograph on any wall or surface. But what Hayes discovered in the attic changed everything. The pull-down ladder to the attic was already extended, which was his first indication that something might be amiss. As he climbed the narrow steps, the musty scent of the seldom-used space gave way to something else, the sharp smell of oil paints and turpentine. The attic had been converted into a makeshift art studio. Dozens of canvases were arranged around the space, some leaning against the walls, others on easels, a few stacked carefully in corners, and every single one featured the same subject: Eliza Thornwood asleep in her bed. The paintings were expertly rendered with a photorealistic quality that spoke of significant artistic training. Each canvas showed Eliza from slightly different angles, sometimes from the foot of the bed, sometimes from beside it, occasionally from directly above, as if the artist were suspended from the ceiling. In each one, she lay sleeping, her dark hair spread across the pillow, her face peaceful. What disturbed Hayes most was the chronological progression that became apparent as he moved through the collection. The earliest paintings showed Eliza deeply asleep, but as the series continued, subtle changes appeared. In later canvases, her eyelids would be slightly twitching, as if in REM sleep. Then her lips would be partially parted. Her fingers would be curled differently around the edge of her blanket. And the final painting, still on an easel with paint that hadn't fully dried, showed Eliza with her eyes wide open, staring directly at the viewer with an expression of dawning horror. When Detective Sarah Mayers arrived an hour later, Hayes was still in the attic, studying the paintings with increasing unease. "I don't understand," he told her as she examined the canvases. "She doesn't paint. Everyone in town knows that. Patricia at the library said she's never mentioned art as even a hobby." "Then who painted these?" Mayers asked, running a gloved finger along the edge of one frame. "That's just it," Hayes replied. "They're signed, all of them, with her initials Et." The investigation that followed raised more questions than answers. Forensic analysis confirmed that the paintings had been created over a period of approximately 6 months, with new works added roughly every week. Paint residue was found under Eliza's fingernails, and her fingerprints were on every canvas, every brush, every tube of paint in the attic. Yet no one had ever seen Eliza purchase art supplies. The local craft store owner, when questioned, couldn't recall ever selling her so much as a sketch pad. A search of her financial records showed no payments to art supply stores, either local or online. Perhaps most disturbing was what investigators found on Eliza's computer. Buried in a hidden folder were hundreds of photographs, all self-portraits taken while she appeared to be sleeping. The timestamps showed they had been taken between midnight and 4 a.m., several nights each week for the past 6 months. But how could someone photograph themselves while sleeping? The case took an even more unsettling turn when investigators discovered a small, almost imperceptible hole in the ceiling of Eliza's bedroom, positioned directly above her bed. The hole connected to a pinhole camera installed in the attic floor, wired to activate with motion sensors. The camera had been set up to automatically take photographs at regular intervals whenever movement was detected below. This discovery led to a new, troubling theory. Eliza Thornwood had been experiencing episodes of parasomnia, specifically, a rare condition called sleep automatism, in which sufferers can perform complex activities while completely asleep. In Eliza's case, she had apparently been rising in the night, ascending to her attic, and painting self-portraits based on the photographs captured by the camera she had installed during one of these episodes. But this theory couldn't explain everything. The precision of the brushwork seemed impossible for someone working in a somnambulistic state. And why would she have set up the camera in the first place if she had no conscious knowledge of her nocturnal activities? 3 days after her disappearance, as investigators continued to piece together the bizarre puzzle of the sleeping portraits, Eliza Thornwood walked into the Meridian Falls police station on her own. She appeared disheveled but unharmed, wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. When questioned, she claimed to have no memory of the previous 3 days or of creating any of the paintings found in her attic. "That's not possible," she kept saying as detectives showed her photographs of the canvases. "I don't paint. I've never painted. I don't know how." Yet when asked to provide a handwriting sample, her signature perfectly matched those on the paintings. Psychiatric evaluation revealed no history of mental illness, though Eliza did acknowledge occasional experiences of lost time over the past 6 months, periods of an hour or two that she couldn't account for. She had attributed these episodes to exhaustion or simple absent-mindedness and had never sought medical attention for them. The case might have ended there, an unusual but ultimately explainable instance of parasomnia, combined with dissociative episodes, if not for one final, inexplicable detail. A week after her return, Detective Mayers decided to re-examine the paintings, hoping to find some clue that might have been overlooked. Looking at them in sequence, she noticed something that sent a chill down her spine. In the background of each painting, barely perceptible unless one was specifically looking for it, was a shadowy figure standing in the corner of Eliza's bedroom. With each successive canvas, the figure moved slightly closer to the sleeping woman. In the final painting, the one showing Eliza awake and terrified, the figure was no longer in the frame. When Mayers rushed to Eliza's house to question her about this discovery, she found the front door ajar. Inside, everything was as meticulously arranged as before. With one exception, all of Eliza's belongings were gone. Clothing, personal items, even the dog-eared novel from her nightstand had vanished. Only furniture remained. In the attic, the paintings were still there, but a new canvas had been added to the collection, one showing the interior of a car, with Eliza at the wheel, driving down a dark highway with the glow of headlights illuminating her determined expression. Through the rear window, the distinctive silhouette of Meridian Falls receded into the distance. Eliza Thornwood was never seen in Vermont again. Authorities in neighboring states were alerted, but no trace of her was ever found. The paintings were eventually placed into storage as evidence in an unsolved case, the narrative they depicted too disturbing to be displayed. Years later, Patricia Simmons from the library would receive a postcard from a town in New Mexico. It contained no message, only an image of a desert landscape and a small, hand-drawn figure in one corner, a woman sleeping, with something watching from the shadows nearby. The paintings of Eliza Thornwood remain one of Meridian Falls' most disturbing mysteries, a case that raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness, the boundaries between waking and sleeping states, and the possibility that sometimes the most terrifying monsters might be aspects of ourselves we never knew existed, capturing us at our most vulnerable moments when our eyes are closed and our defenses down. And perhaps more chilling is the thought that keeps Detective Mayers awake on certain nights. What if Eliza wasn't painting herself sleeping at all? What if she was painting herself as seen through someone else's eyes, someone who had been watching her, night after night, moving ever closer to her bed? Someone who is, perhaps, still watching. Crime 4, it was behind the furnace, narrow, warped with moisture, and painted the exact same color as the wall. The door had no handle, just long scratch marks near the bottom. When they forced it open, they found a staircase leading down to a bricked-in chamber, and a single chair bolted to the floor. Margaret Holloway had purchased the modest two-bedroom house in Oak Ridge, Minnesota, just 3 months earlier. At 42, she was starting over after her divorce. The 1940s bungalow needed work, but the price was right and the quiet neighborhood appealed to her. Margaret was an elementary school librarian, soft-spoken and methodical. Her colleagues described her as someone who never raised her voice, who found comfort in organization and routine. The first month in her new home passed uneventfully. She painted the living room a warm yellow and placed her mother's antique rocking chair by the bay window. Margaret began to feel at home, greeting neighbors with a polite wave, planting marigolds along the walkway. She kept to herself mostly, preferring the company of novels to people, a preference that had contributed to the dissolution of her 15-year marriage. In late October, Margaret began to notice small disturbances. A coffee mug on the kitchen counter when she was certain she'd placed it in the dishwasher. The thermostat adjusted 2 degrees lower than her usual setting. The faint smell of cigarette smoke, though she had never smoked. She attributed these anomalies to stress and fatigue, the natural disorientation of living in a new space. But then came the sounds, soft at first, almost imperceptible. A gentle scraping like fingernails against wood, always at night, always seeming to emanate from below her bedroom. Margaret assumed it was the house settling, or perhaps mice in the walls. She made a mental note to call an exterminator, but never quite got around to it. On November 12th, Margaret didn't show up for work. This was unprecedented. In 18 years of teaching, she had never missed a day without calling in advance. By afternoon, the school principal, Diane Weathers, drove to Margaret's house. Margaret's blue Honda Civic sat in the driveway. The porch light remained on despite the afternoon sun. The morning newspaper lay untouched on the welcome mat. Diane knocked repeatedly, then peered through windows. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, but there was no sign of Margaret. Concerned, she called the local police. Officer Trevor Mills arrived within 20 minutes. "We don't typically investigate missing persons until 24 hours have passed," he explained to Diane, "but given the circumstances, I'll take a look around." When no one answered his authoritative knock, Officer Mills circled the property. A basement window was slightly ajar, unusual for the approaching winter. With Diane as witness, he forced entry through the back door. The house was immaculate, eerily so. In the kitchen, a mug of tea sat on the counter, cold and untouched. Margaret's reading glasses rested beside an open book on the coffee table. Her cell phone was plugged into its charger by her bedside. Nothing suggested a struggle or hasty departure. It was Officer Mills who first noticed the basement door was slightly open. Diane followed him down the wooden stairs, the steps creaking under their weight. The basement appeared ordinary, concrete floors, a washer and dryer to one side, holiday decorations neatly stacked in transparent bins. A furnace hummed in the far corner. "Something doesn't feel right," Mills murmured, more to himself than to Diane. He moved methodically through the space, shining his flashlight into shadowed areas. That's when he noticed the furnace was positioned oddly, at an angle to the wall rather than flush against it. Behind it, partially concealed, was what appeared to be a seam in the wall paint. Upon closer inspection, Mills realized it was a door, camouflaged to match the surrounding wall. There was no handle, only scratch marks near the bottom, as if someone had desperately clawed at it. Mills called for backup before attempting to open it. When 2 additional officers arrived, they carefully moved the furnace and forced the door open. It revealed a narrow, descending staircase, crudely constructed and leading to a space that shouldn't have existed according to the house's blueprints. At the bottom, they discovered a small room with brick walls, approximately 8 feet by 10 feet. A single metal chair was bolted to the floor in the center. Beside it, a small table held a portable radio, a half-empty water bottle, and a notebook. The room smelled of damp earth and something else, something sour and intimate that hung in the air. There was no sign of Margaret. The notebook contained pages of tightly packed handwriting that wasn't Margaret's. It detailed observations of her daily routine, when she woke, what she ate, how long she spent reading before bed. The final entry was dated November 11th. She knows something isn't right. Tonight needs to be the night. A forensic team arrived and processed the hidden room. They found fingerprints that didn't match Margaret's or any in the police database. More disturbing was the discovery of a small camera installed in the vent above the chair, wired to a recording device hidden within the brick wall. As investigators expanded their search of the property, Detective Sarah Landon interviewed neighbors. Most knew little about Margaret. She was private, pleasant, but reserved. However, one elderly neighbor, Herbert Wilson, recalled something unusual. There was a man who came by several times before she moved in, he said. Said he was from the real estate company, checking on things. Tall fellow, thin, kept to himself. I thought it was odd how long he stayed each time, hours sometimes. The investigation revealed that the previous owner, a retired widower named Edward Garfield, had died 6 months earlier. His son had handled the sale of the property. When contacted, the son claimed no knowledge of any basement modifications or hidden rooms. The real estate company confirmed that no representative had been sent to check on the house after the sale was completed. The man Herbert had seen was not their employee. 3 days into the investigation, police discovered that the land records for the property had been accessed multiple times in the weeks before Margaret's purchase, not by the real estate company or Edward's son, but by someone using a public computer at the county library. Security footage revealed a thin man with a baseball cap pulled low, his face never clearly visible to cameras. On day 5, they found Margaret's phone records. In the weeks before her disappearance, she had received multiple calls from a blocked number, always after midnight, always lasting less than 10 seconds. As the search expanded beyond the property, detectives followed a disturbing lead. 3 other women in neighboring counties had disappeared over the past decade, all middle-aged, all living alone, all in homes they had recently purchased. None had been found. On November 18th, 6 days after Margaret disappeared, a highway patrol officer noticed an abandoned vehicle at a rest stop 60 miles north of Oak Ridge. Inside was a wallet containing Margaret's driver's license and credit cards. The car was registered to a Richard Thorne, a name that appeared nowhere in local records. That same evening, a security camera at a gas station 30 miles further north captured footage of a thin man helping a disoriented woman into a pickup truck. The woman resembled Margaret, but her hair had been cut short, and she moved with an unnatural stiffness. The truck headed north toward the Canadian border. Despite an extensive manhunt and border alerts, neither Margaret nor the man was located. The investigation remained active but yielded fewer leads as weeks passed. 3 months later, the hidden room in Margaret's basement continued to offer clues. Forensic analysis of the chair revealed trace DNA from not just one individual, but 4 different women, 3 matching the DNA profiles of the previously missing women. The most unsettling discovery came when technicians recovered deleted files from the recording device wired to the hidden camera. It contained hundreds of hours of footage, not just of Margaret during her time in the house, but of Edward Garfield, the previous owner, as well. The recordings dated back 3 years, suggesting the hidden room predated even Edward's knowledge. The case of Margaret Holloway remains unsolved. The house on Oak Street sits empty now, a silent witness to whatever occurred within its walls. Local residents cross to the opposite side of the street when walking past. Children whisper about the librarian who vanished in the door behind the furnace. In Oak Ridge, Minnesota, people now check their basements more carefully. They listen differently to the sounds their houses make at night. And some, like Diane Weathers, who was first to notice Margaret's absence, have taken to writing down the details of their daily routines and sharing them with trusted friends, just in case they too should one day disappear, leaving behind nothing but questions and a cold cup of tea. Crime 5, they took her prints as standard procedure, but when the system pulled up the results, something didn't add up. The right hand matched a missing persons case from a decade ago. The left hand didn't match anyone at all, and the woman swore she'd never been printed before. Meredith Sawyer had lived in Oak Ridge, Connecticut for just under 7 months when she was pulled over for a broken tail light on a quiet Tuesday evening in March 2018. Officer Daniel Reed noticed her hands trembling as she handed over her license. When asked if everything was all right, Meredith explained that she'd recently moved to the area and was still getting used to the winding roads. Her nervous laughter lingered in the air as Officer Reed ran her license. The routine stop should have ended with a warning. Instead, it revealed a discrepancy in her vehicle registration that required Meredith to come to the station to sort things out. She followed Officer Reed's patrol car in her silver Honda Civic, occasionally checking her reflection in the rearview mirror, tucking strands of her chestnut hair behind her ears. At the station, they took her fingerprints, standard procedure for identity verification when paperwork discrepancies arise. Meredith pressed each finger against the digital scanner, her hands still shaking slightly. She mentioned to the desk sergeant that she'd never been fingerprinted before. The sergeant nodded absently, going through the motions of a routine process he'd performed thousands of times. But what happened next was anything but routine. When the fingerprint results came back, Officer Reed was called into his supervisor's office. The right hand's prints matched those of a woman named Elaine Porter, who had been reported missing from Salem, Oregon in 2009. The left hand's prints weren't in the system at all. There must be some mistake, Meredith insisted when questioned, her voice barely above a whisper. My name is Meredith Sawyer. I've never been to Oregon. Meredith's file showed a woman in her mid-30s who had moved to Oak Ridge from Burlington, Vermont. She worked remotely as a graphic designer and kept to herself. Her neighbors described her as quiet but friendly. She volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends. Nothing in her demeanor suggested someone living under a false identity. Detective Rosalie Simmons was assigned to the case. A 20-year veteran with a specialty in missing persons cases, Simmons approached Meredith with a gentle but persistent curiosity. In their first interview, she noted Meredith's consistent story. Born in Burlington, attended the University of Vermont, moved around for work before settling in Connecticut. Tell me about your childhood, Detective Simmons asked during their second meeting. Meredith spoke about growing up as an only child of older parents who had both passed away. She described a normal, even boring childhood in Vermont, summers at Lake Champlain, winters spent reading indoors, a high school experience marked by academic excellence but few close friendships. When shown a photograph of Elaine Porter, Meredith's reaction seemed genuinely bewildered. That's not me, she insisted, though Detective Simmons couldn't help but notice the similarities, the same heart-shaped face, the same deep-set eyes, though Elaine's hair in the photo was blonde, not chestnut brown. Detective Simmons contacted the Salem Police Department. Elaine Porter had disappeared at age 24. A kindergarten teacher engaged to be married, she had vanished after leaving a friend's house one evening. Her car was found abandoned at a rest stop 30 miles outside of Salem. Despite an extensive investigation, no leads had materialized. The case had gone cold years ago. As the investigation continued, more inconsistencies emerged in Meredith's background. When Detective Simmons contacted the University of Vermont, they had no record of a Meredith Sawyer graduating in the years she claimed. The address in Burlington where she said she'd grown up had belonged to a different family during those years. Meredith's former employers confirmed she had worked for them, but all interactions had been remote. Her social media presence only went back about 8 years. Before that, nothing. "I don't understand what's happening," Meredith said during their fourth interview, tears welling in her eyes. "Everything I've told you is true. It's my life." While detectives dug into Meredith's past, the question of her fingerprints remained the most perplexing element. Forensic analyst Keith Brower examined the prints multiple times. "I've never seen anything like this," he told Detective Simmons. "The right hand is a perfect match for Elaine Porter. The left hand doesn't match Elaine or anyone else in the database, and there's something else, something unusual about the left hand's prints." Upon closer inspection, Brower discovered subtle abnormalities in the left hand's fingerprint patterns. The ridges weren't quite natural. They appeared to have been altered. When confronted with this finding, Meredith became agitated for the first time. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, her voice rising slightly. "I've never done anything to my hands." Detective Simmons arranged for Meredith to meet with a forensic psychologist, Dr. Alina Patel. Over several sessions, Dr. Patel observed that Meredith genuinely seemed to believe she was Meredith Sawyer, with no recollection of ever being Elaine Porter. There are cases of dissociative amnesia where trauma causes someone to forget their past, Dr. Patel explained to Detective Simmons. But the fingerprint discrepancy, that's not psychological. That's physical evidence that something more complicated is happening here. Meanwhile, Detective Simmons contacted Elaine Porter's family in Oregon. When shown a recent photograph of Meredith, Elaine's mother broke down in tears. "That's her," she whispered. "That's my daughter." Elaine's fiancé, now married with children, was less certain. "There's a resemblance," he admitted, "but Elaine had a small scar on her chin from a childhood fall. I don't see that in this woman's photos." When Detective Simmons checked, Meredith indeed had no scar on her chin. 6 weeks into the investigation, another breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A nurse at a private clinic in Philadelphia recognized Meredith's picture when the case made national news. According to the nurse, a woman matching Meredith's description had undergone a series of procedures at their clinic 9 years ago. The clinic specialized in reconstructive surgery for trauma victims. Their records showed a patient named Margaret Sanders who had received treatment for facial reconstruction and, most significantly, experimental dermal restructuring on her left hand following severe burns. When presented with this information, Meredith suffered what appeared to be a panic attack. Once calmed, something in her demeanor had changed. There was a resignation in her eyes that hadn't been there before. "I need protection," she finally said, her voice steady for the first time since the investigation began. "If I tell you the truth, I need to know I'll be protected." What emerged was a story more complex than anyone had imagined. Meredith admitted that she had known Elaine Porter. They had been roommates briefly in college. According to Meredith, Elaine had witnessed a crime involving powerful people and had been forced into hiding. Fearing for her life, Elaine had undergone surgery to alter her appearance. The fingerprints were the problem, Meredith explained. They could change her face, her hair, even her voice with training, but fingerprints were permanent or supposed to be. They found a doctor willing to try an experimental procedure on her left hand. When Detective Simmons pressed for details about the crime Elaine had witnessed, Meredith's story became inconsistent. She mentioned political figures, then corporate executives, then organized crime. The names and events shifted with each telling. "I'm only telling you what Elaine told me," Meredith insisted. "I helped her disappear. She was my friend." But if Meredith was simply a friend helping Elaine hide, why did her right fingerprints match Elaine's? When confronted with this contradiction, Meredith fell silent. DNA testing provided another layer of confusion. Meredith's DNA did not match samples from Elaine Porter's hairbrush and toothbrush that her parents had preserved. However, certain genetic markers suggested a possible familial relationship, perhaps sisters or cousins. As the investigation approached its third month, Detective Simmons received a call from the Philadelphia clinic. They had located additional records about their patient Margaret Sanders. The woman had been admitted after a car accident that had left her with facial trauma and burns on her left hand. The injuries matched those that might have occurred if someone had been in Elaine Porter's car when it was found abandoned years earlier. Even more significantly, Margaret Sanders had been admitted to the clinic with another woman, a woman who had identified herself as the patient's sister and had stayed by her bedside throughout the initial treatment. The clinic had security footage from that period. When Detective Simmons reviewed it, she found herself looking at two nearly identical women, twins. One was the patient, her face bandaged. The other was the woman now known as Meredith Sawyer. When Detective Simmons returned to Connecticut to confront Meredith with this discovery, she found Meredith's apartment empty. Neighbors reported seeing her leave with suitcases the previous evening. She had left behind most of her possessions, including a sealed envelope addressed to Detective Simmons. Inside was a handwritten letter and a faded photograph of two identical twin girls, about 10 years old, their arms around each other's shoulders. The letter began, "By the time you read this, I'll be gone. I'm sorry for the deception, but I made a promise to protect my sister. What I told you about witnessing a crime was true, but it wasn't Elaine who witnessed it. It was me." The letter explained that the twins, Elaine and Alina Porter, had grown up in Salem. Alina had witnessed a murder involving a local businessman with powerful connections. When threats were made against her family, the twins had devised a plan. Alina would disappear, while Elaine would assume a new identity as Meredith Sawyer. "The car accident wasn't planned," the letter continued. "Elaine was driving my car when she was run off the road. She was badly injured. I found her and took her to a clinic where we wouldn't be asked too many questions. After she recovered, we realized we had an opportunity. She would become me, Alina, and go into hiding. I would become Meredith, someone new entirely." The letter ended with, "I don't expect you to stop looking for us, but I hope you understand why we did what we did. Some truths are too dangerous to tell." Detective Simmons brought the case to the district attorney, But with Meredith gone and the story impossible to verify, there was little they could do. The Porters in Oregon were notified that their missing daughter might still be alive, but her whereabouts remained unknown. The case of the mismatched fingerprints remains officially unsolved. Occasional reported sightings of Meredith, Sawyer, or women resembling the Porter twins surface from time to time, from Seattle, from Toronto, once from as far away as Auckland, New Zealand. Detective Simmons keeps the faded photograph of the twin girls on her desk. Sometimes she finds herself staring at their identical smiles, wondering which sister she had actually met, Elaine or Alina, and whether either name was real at all. The fingerprints remain in the database, one set identified, one set unknown, two halves of a mystery that may never be whole. Crime 6, it sat at the foot of the guest bed, motionless and silent like a relic from another time. But when dusting it off, the homeowner noticed something strange. The lashes weren't synthetic, they were human, and inside the torso, sewn into the fabric, was a birth certificate. Sarah Whitman had purchased the Victorian farmhouse in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania, just 3 months earlier. At 42, she was starting over after her divorce, leaving behind the cramped apartment in Philadelphia that had become suffocating after 15 years of marriage. The 2-story white clapboard house with its wraparound porch and 5 acres of land represented freedom, possibility, and space to breathe again. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Harold and Margaret Denton, had lived there for over 40 years. They had left behind a few items in the attic, old chairs, dusty photo albums, and a single trunk filled with what Sarah assumed were family keepsakes they'd forgotten. She'd called their son twice about retrieving the items, but he lived in Oregon and kept postponing the trip east. That Saturday morning in late October, Sarah decided to finally tackle the attic. The temperature had dipped overnight and the rooms upstairs felt especially drafty. She would need to clean everything out before winter truly settled in. She worked methodically, sorting through boxes, wiping down shelves, and creating piles for donation. When she reached the trunk, she hesitated. It felt invasive to rifle through another family's memories, but she needed the space. Inside the trunk were the usual artifacts of a long life: wedding photos yellowed with age, a small silver pocket watch, baby clothes carefully wrapped in tissue paper, and toward the bottom, a porcelain doll in a blue gingham dress. It was beautiful in that unsettling way that antique dolls often are, lifelike yet eerily vacant. Sarah placed it on the guest bed temporarily while she finished cleaning. Later that afternoon, as sunlight streamed through the windows at a low angle, Sarah noticed something odd about the doll's eyes. The lashes seemed unusually delicate, with an irregular pattern that no manufacturer would design. Curiosity piqued, she examined it closer, running her finger gently over the lash line. The lashes weren't glued on or painted, they were embedded into the porcelain, as if they'd grown there naturally. A chill ran through her as she realized what she was seeing. These were human eyelashes. Sarah's first instinct was to drop the doll, but instead she placed it carefully on the dresser. She needed to be sure. Perhaps she was mistaken. Perhaps this was just an unusually realistic antique doll. But the more she looked, the more certain she became. No synthetic material could capture that specific texture, that particular way human lashes curl and taper. With trembling hands, she examined the rest of the doll. The dress came off easily, revealing a cloth body attached to the porcelain head, hands, and feet. As she turned it over, she noticed a small separation in the stitching along the back. Peering inside, she could see something folded up, tucked into the stuffing. Using a pair of tweezers from her bathroom, Sarah carefully extracted what turned out to be a birth certificate, folded into quarters. The paper was worn at the creases, but the text was still legible. Certificate of Live Birth, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The name read Emily Ann Preston, born April 17, 1973, to Catherine and James Preston at Oak Ridge Community Hospital. Sarah's breathing became shallow. The doll was sitting in her guest room, those human eyelashes catching the late afternoon light, while she held what appeared to be a real birth certificate for a child born in this very town, nearly 50 years ago. That night, sleep evaded Sarah. The doll was now in a cardboard box in her garage, but its presence lingered in her mind. Who was Emily Ann Preston? What happened to her? And why was her birth certificate hidden inside an antique doll with human eyelashes? The next morning, Sarah drove to the local library. Oak Ridge was a small town of just over 7,000 people, the kind of place where generations of families lived and died, their stories preserved in local archives and memories. The library housed a collection of the town's newspapers dating back to the early 1900s, all digitized and searchable on their computer system. She started with April 1973, scanning for birth announcements. There it was in the April 24 edition. James and Catherine Preston welcomed their daughter Emily Ann, born April 17 at Oak Ridge Community Hospital. Sarah's throat tightened. The child was real. Next, she searched for the Preston family name throughout the 1970s. Several results appeared: church announcements, PTA meetings, a promotion for James at the local bank. Then, in October 1978, a small headline caught her eye: "Local girl missing, community organizes search." The article described how 5-year-old Emily Preston had disappeared from her front yard on a Sunday afternoon while her mother was inside preparing lunch. The entire town had mobilized to search the surrounding woods and neighborhoods. Police had no leads and no witnesses. The article included a photograph of a solemn-faced little girl with large, expressive eyes framed by unusually long lashes. Sarah's hands trembled as she continued reading through subsequent issues. For weeks, Emily's disappearance dominated the front page. Then the stories grew smaller, moved to the inside pages, and eventually stopped altogether. There was no resolution, no body found, no arrest made. Emily Ann Preston had simply vanished. She printed several articles and headed to the town hall next, where public records were kept. The clerk was a middle-aged woman named Dorothy, who had lived in Oak Ridge her entire life. "I'm researching the history of my house," Sarah explained. "It was owned by the Dentons before me." Dorothy nodded. Harold and Margaret, good people, sad about Margaret's dementia toward the end. "Did you happen to know a family named Preston who lived here in the 1970s? They had a daughter named Emily." Dorothy's friendly expression faltered. The Preston case, that was difficult for the town. Catherine Preston was never the same after Emily disappeared. James took a job in Pittsburgh about a year later, and they moved away. Catherine committed suicide in 1982. James remarried eventually, I think. "Did they ever find out what happened to Emily?" Dorothy shook her head. One of those mysteries that haunts a small town. There were rumors, of course, always are. Some said she wandered into the woods and got lost. Others thought she was taken by someone passing through. The most persistent rumor was about Margaret Denton. Sarah's pulse quickened. Margaret Denton, the woman who owned my house. Margaret had suffered several miscarriages before finally having their son. She had a breakdown after the last one. Some people said she seemed unusually interested in Emily, used to give her dolls and invite her over for cookies. The police questioned her and Harold, but nothing came of it. Back home, Sarah sat in her kitchen, processing what she had learned. The Dentons, the sweet elderly couple who had left behind a trunk of memories, might have been involved in a child's disappearance. And not just any child, but a little girl whose birth certificate was now hidden in Sarah's garage, inside a doll with human eyelashes. She called the police. Officer Jenkins arrived within the hour, a young man who had grown up hearing about the Preston case as one of the town's enduring mysteries. "I know this sounds bizarre," Sarah said, leading him to the garage, "but I found this doll in the attic, and I believe these are human eyelashes, and this birth certificate was hidden inside." Officer Jenkins examined the doll carefully, his expression growing more serious by the moment. "We'll need to take this in for analysis, and I'll need to contact the state police. This case was before my time, but they'll have the original files." Over the next few weeks, Sarah learned pieces of the story as the investigation unfolded. DNA testing confirmed that the eyelashes were indeed human. The birth certificate was authentic. The state police reopened the Emily Preston case and obtained a warrant to exhume Margaret Denton's garden, where ground-penetrating radar had detected an anomaly. They found nothing there, but in the basement, behind a false wall that had been plastered over and painted, they discovered a small room. Inside was a child-sized bed with faded pink sheets, a bookshelf filled with children's books from the 1970s, and a collection of dolls, each with different colored dresses, but all with the same porcelain face, and all with human eyelashes. Harold Denton had passed away 3 years earlier. Margaret was in a memory care facility in Pittsburgh, her mind lost to advanced dementia. She could not be questioned. Their son, when interviewed, claimed complete ignorance, insisting his childhood had been normal and that he had never seen the hidden room or known about any connection to Emily Preston. The investigation uncovered more dolls in storage units rented by Harold Denton across 3 counties. 14 dolls in total, spanning decades. Each one had human eyelashes. Each one contained a birth certificate or some form of identification hidden inside. The cold case unit began the painstaking process of matching these artifacts to missing children reports from across the state. Sarah couldn't stay in the house. She put it on the market and moved back to Philadelphia temporarily. The property became infamous, drawing true crime enthusiasts and journalists. Eventually, it sold to a developer who demolished it and built 3 new homes on the land. What happened to Emily Preston and the other children remains partially unresolved. Forensic evidence suggested they had been kept alive for some time in that hidden room. The dolls appeared to be Margaret's way of preserving their memory, a twisted maternal impulse born from her own grief and mental illness. Harold's role, whether as active participant or enabler, went to his grave with him. As for Sarah, she still wakes sometimes in the middle of the night, her dreams filled with the image of that doll sitting at the foot of the guest bed, its human eyelashes catching the light, each delicate lash once belonging to a child who had disappeared without a trace, until an unexpected discovery decades later finally brought their stories back into the light. Crime 7, no one had touched that bathroom in years. The tub was sealed with industrial glue, heavy objects stacked on top. When investigators broke the seal, they expected mold or rot. Instead, they found a series of deep scratches along the inside. At the center, a perfectly preserved wedding ring. The home at 1487 Pinewood Lane belonged to Martin and Elaine Garrett. Martin, 58, had lived alone there since 2017, when Elaine supposedly left him after 23 years of marriage. A retired electrician with thinning gray hair and gentle eyes that seemed perpetually tired, Martin was the kind of neighbor who would shovel your driveway after a snowstorm without being asked. He kept to himself but would wave politely when neighbors passed by. Elaine had been a kindergarten teacher at Westridge Elementary for 18 years. Former students remembered her patient smile and the way she'd kneel down to their level when they spoke to her. At 5'3" with auburn hair that she kept in a neat bob, Elaine was described as soft-spoken but determined. The couple had no children, a subject that neighbors said sometimes brought a shadow across Elaine's face when mentioned. "They seemed happy enough," said Deborah Wilson, who lived across the street for 15 years. "Not affectionate in public, but stable. The kind of couple you'd expect to grow old together." That's why it surprised everyone when Martin told friends and colleagues that Elaine had left him in April 2017. According to Martin, he had come home from a fishing trip to find a note saying she needed space, needed to find herself. He said she had taken some clothes and her grandmother's jewelry but left her car in the garage. Martin explained that she had called a taxi to the airport. When asked which airline or destination, he always seemed uncertain. "I respected her privacy," he would say with a slight tremor in his voice. "She said she'd be in touch when she was ready." No one questioned Martin's story at first. After all, these things happened. People changed, marriages dissolved. Martin seemed genuinely distraught, losing weight in the months that followed. He took a leave of absence from work, then retired early. The neighbors brought casseroles and offered company, but Martin increasingly withdrew. It was 2 years before anyone thought to question Elaine's disappearance. Kelly Morgan, the principal at Westridge Elementary, had been organizing old staff photos when she found a picture of Elaine from the 2017 Spring Festival, just weeks before she supposedly left. In the photo, Elaine stood with her class, beaming with pride. Kelly remembered how Elaine had talked excitedly about the curriculum changes she wanted to implement the following year. "It just didn't add up," Kelly later told detectives. Elaine was committed to those kids. She wouldn't have left without saying goodbye, without closure, and she had never once mentioned being unhappy in her marriage or wanting to start over somewhere else. Kelly tried calling Elaine's cell phone, only to learn the number had been disconnected. She reached out to Elaine's sister in Oregon, who said she hadn't heard from Elaine since early 2017. The sister had received 2 brief emails after Elaine supposedly left, but they were uncharacteristically terse and lacked personal details. "That wasn't like Elaine," her sister Patricia told police. "We spoke every Sunday, then suddenly these cold little messages. When I asked where she was staying or when I could visit, she'd change the subject or stop responding altogether." Kelly took her concerns to the police in June 2019. Detective Sarah Landry was assigned to the case. A 15-year veteran with the department, Landry specialized in missing persons and had a reputation for picking up on details others missed. Her first step was to check travel records. There was no evidence Elaine Garrett had boarded any flights in April 2017. Her passport hadn't been used. Her social security number showed no income reported since 2017, and her teaching license had never been transferred to another state. "It was as if she vanished," Detective Landry explained during a later press conference. "No credit card activity, no bank withdrawals, no property purchases. People who truly start over still leave digital footprints. Mrs. Garrett left none." When Detective Landry first approached Martin Garrett, he appeared nervous but cooperative. He invited her into the living room of the home he once shared with Elaine. Landry noted that the house was immaculately clean but strangely preserved, as if time had stopped in 2017. Elaine's reading glasses still sat on the side table next to her favorite armchair. Her gardening books remained arranged alphabetically on the bookshelf. "One thing struck me immediately," Detective Landry later wrote in her report. For a man whose wife had supposedly taken only some clothes and jewelry, the house seemed undisturbed. Her winter coat still hung in the front closet. Her prescription medications remained in the bathroom cabinet, expired now by 2 years. When Landry asked to see the rest of the house, Martin hesitated before leading her through the kitchen, bedrooms, and basement. He explained that he had converted Elaine's craft room back into a guest bedroom, but when Landry asked about the upstairs bathroom, Martin's demeanor changed noticeably. "That bathroom has plumbing issues," he said. "Been meaning to get it fixed, but you know how it is. I just use the downstairs bathroom now." Landry asked to see it anyway. Martin claimed he had misplaced the key. When Landry pointed out that interior bathroom doors rarely needed keys, Martin explained that he had installed a new lock after a pipe burst to prevent anyone from accidentally using the damaged facilities. Landry left that day with more questions than answers. She obtained a search warrant a week later, returning with a forensic team while Martin was grocery shopping. What they found upstairs would haunt even the most seasoned investigators. The bathroom door had indeed been fitted with a new lock, an industrial-grade deadbolt. Once opened, they discovered the bathtub had been sealed shut with thick layers of industrial adhesive around the edges of a heavy custom-cut piece of plywood. On top of the plywood sat stacks of old encyclopedias, as if preventing something from pushing up from below. "The glue was so strong we needed special equipment to break the seal," forensic technician Robert Chen recalled. "And the smell, even through masks, it was overwhelming." When they finally removed the plywood cover, they didn't find water damage as Martin had claimed. Instead, the white porcelain tub contained long, desperate scratch marks along the inside, as if someone had clawed frantically at the smooth surface. Near the drain, partially embedded in hardened residue, was a woman's wedding ring with a small diamond. Engraved inside were the words, "Martin and Elaine, forever one." Laboratory tests confirmed what investigators suspected. Traces of human blood in the scratch marks, decomposition residue in the drain, and a single long auburn hair caught in the overflow valve. The bathroom had been sealed for at least 2 years, the chemical compounds in the adhesive having degraded in a pattern consistent with that time frame. Martin Garrett returned home to find police cars in his driveway. According to the officers present, he showed no surprise, only resignation. He sat on the front steps, put his head in his hands, and whispered, "I just wanted her to stay." During the subsequent investigation, detectives learned that Elaine had confided in a close friend about her plans to leave Martin 3 days before her disappearance. She had secured an apartment closer to the school and planned to ask for a divorce after spring break. She wasn't running away to find herself, the friend told police. She was simply moving 15 minutes across town, starting fresh. She said Martin had become increasingly controlling, checking her phone, questioning her about male colleagues. She wasn't afraid of him, she just wanted out. The case against Martin Garrett seemed straightforward at first. Forensic evidence suggested Elaine had died in that bathtub, likely in April 2017. But as the investigation deepened, complications emerged. Without Elaine's body, prosecutors worried about building a case strong enough for conviction. Martin steadfastly maintained his innocence, claiming someone must have broken in and staged the scene. Most disturbing was the discovery of a series of emails sent from Elaine's account after her disappearance, emails that investigators traced back to Martin's computer. He had maintained the illusion of her continued existence, sending brief messages to her family and friends, gradually decreasing in frequency until they stopped altogether in late 2018. The community of Westridge was left reeling. Parents struggled to explain to children why Miss Garrett's picture now appeared on prayer cards and memorials. Martin Garrett was arrested and charged with first-degree murder despite the absence of a body. As the case progressed through the legal system, one question remained unanswered. What happened to Elaine's remains? Extensive searches of the property and surrounding areas yielded nothing. Ground-penetrating radar found no disturbances in the yard or basement. Martin's fishing equipment was examined for evidence that he might have disposed of her body in one of the many lakes he frequented, but nothing conclusive was found. Today, the house on Pinewood Lane stands empty, a silent testament to secrets kept behind closed doors. The bathtub has been removed as evidence, leaving a vacant space in more ways than one. Neighbors avoid walking past the property, especially at night. For the investigators who worked the case, the image of that sealed bathtub remains vivid, a makeshift coffin hiding in plain sight, preserving evidence of a life cut short and a truth someone desperately tried to contain. And somewhere, perhaps known only to Martin Garrett, Elaine's final resting place remains undiscovered, her story incomplete. The wedding ring sits in an evidence locker now, its promise of forever one, taking on a dark new meaning that no one could have imagined on the day it was first placed on Elaine's finger. Crime 8, they were crude, just a child's sketches, houses, trees, stick figures. But one drawing showed something disturbingly specific, a figure lying in a pool of red next to a building with boarded windows. When investigators reviewed photos from a cold case file, the scene was identical right down to the position of the hands. In the small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, autumn came early in 2018. The leaves had begun their transformation by late August, painting the Appalachian foothills in bursts of amber and crimson. It was during this time of transition that 7-year-old Ethan Morris started drawing pictures that would eventually lead detectives back to a 20-year-old unsolved case. Ethan was an ordinary child in many ways, quiet, introspective, with a fondness for dinosaurs and space. His mother, Andrea, worked as a night nurse at Millbrook General, while his father, Thomas, managed the local hardware store. Their modest 2-story home on Cedar Street was unremarkable except for its proximity to the abandoned Millbrook Textile Mill, a hulking brick structure that had stood empty since the late 1990s. Andrea first noticed the change in Ethan's drawings in September. Previously filled with spaceships and prehistoric creatures, his artwork had shifted to landscapes, specifically scenes of the old mill. When asked about his new artistic focus, Ethan simply shrugged and said he liked drawing the red building. But it wasn't the building itself that eventually caught Andrea's attention. It was what Ethan consistently placed beside it, a prone figure surrounded by what appeared to be a pool of crimson crayon. "Honey, who is this person in your pictures?" Andrea asked one evening as she sorted through Ethan's school folder. "I don't know," Ethan replied without looking up from his dinner. "They're always there when I see the building in my head." Andrea might have dismissed this as childhood imagination if not for the consistent details. The figure always lay in the same position, arms outstretched, beside the east wall of the mill where several windows had been boarded up years ago. The drawings weren't violent or explicit, just unsettlingly specific. Thomas believed it was nothing more than their son processing images from a TV show he might have glimpsed. Andrea wasn't convinced. Something about the precision troubled her, the way Ethan always included the 3 boarded windows, the position of the body relative to a distinctive crack in the pavement, even a small tree growing through the fence that surrounded the property. On a cool Saturday morning in October, Andrea made a decision. While Thomas took Ethan to his weekly swimming lesson, she walked the 4 blocks to the Millbrook Police Department and asked to speak with Detective Lisa Harmon, a former classmate from high school who now specialized in cold cases. Detective Harmon received Andrea in her modest office, walls lined with filing cabinets containing unsolved mysteries spanning decades. "I know this probably sounds ridiculous," Andrea began, placing several of Ethan's drawings on the desk, "but these have been keeping me awake at night." Detective Harmon studied the images, simple yet consistent. The building was clearly recognizable as the old textile mill, the boarded windows, the figure laid out on what appeared to be the east side of the building. "Has Ethan ever mentioned why he draws these?" Harmon asked, her expression revealing nothing. "He says he sees it in his head. He's never been to the mill. We don't let him anywhere near that place. It's not safe." Andrea's voice wavered slightly. "Lisa, am I being paranoid?" Detective Harmon's silence lasted a beat too long. "Let me look into something," she finally said, rising from her chair and approaching a filing cabinet labeled 1995-2000. 20 minutes later, Andrea watched as Harmon spread crime scene photographs across the desk. They showed the east side of the Millbrook textile mill as it appeared in June 1998. Near the wall with 3 boarded windows lay the body of a woman, arms outstretched, beside a distinct crack in the pavement. A small tree pushed through the fence nearby. "This was Jessica Winters," Harmon explained quietly. 24 years old, found by a security guard during a routine check of the property. The case was never solved. Andrea's hand trembled as she placed one of Ethan's drawings beside a crime scene photo. The similarities were undeniable. "This is impossible," she whispered. "Ethan wasn't even born until 2011. Detective Harmon carefully returned the photographs to their folder. "Sometimes children are sensitive to things we don't understand. Has Ethan mentioned anyone talking to him about this? Maybe an older relative, a neighbor?" "No one," Andrea insisted. "We barely talk about the mill ourselves." In the weeks that followed, Detective Harmon quietly reopened the Winters case. She interviewed former mill employees who still lived in town, reviewed evidence logs, and spent hours cross-referencing witness statements from 1998. Meanwhile, Andrea began keeping a journal of Ethan's comments about his drawings. On a particularly cold November evening, while helping Ethan organize his room, Andrea found a sketch hidden between the pages of a dinosaur book. Unlike the others, this drawing included a car, a boxy sedan with what appeared to be a distinctive emblem on its trunk. When she showed it to Detective Harmon the next day, the detective's expression changed immediately. "A 1990s Crown Victoria with what looks like a taxi medallion," Harmon murmured. "This wasn't in the original case file." A review of employment records revealed that Jessica Winters had indeed worked evening shifts at a restaurant in neighboring Creekside and would have needed transportation back to Millbrook after public transit stopped running. Witnesses had mentioned seeing her occasionally use a local taxi service. By December, Detective Harmon had identified the taxi driver who frequently drove that route in 1998, Raymond Weber, now 67 and still living just outside Millbrook. When questioned, Weber claimed to have no recollection of Jessica Winters specifically, though he acknowledged driving many young women home from late shifts in neighboring towns. "It was 20 years ago," he said, visibly uncomfortable under Harmon's steady gaze. "I drove hundreds of people. You can't expect me to remember one girl." But Weber's nervousness prompted Harmon to dig deeper. A warrant to search his property revealed notebooks containing detailed records of fares, including several entries for Jessica Winters in the weeks before her death. More disturbing was a storage unit rented under Weber's name containing items that seemed to belong to different women, including a necklace with a distinctive pendant that matched one Jessica was wearing in family photos. As winter settled over Millbrook, the case against Raymond Weber grew stronger. Forensic re-examination of evidence preserved from the original investigation revealed fibers consistent with the upholstery in Weber's 1997 Crown Victoria taxi. Throughout this process, Andrea kept Ethan shielded from the investigation. His drawings had gradually returned to spaceships and dinosaurs, though occasionally the mill would reappear, but now without the figure on the ground. In January 2019, Raymond Weber was arrested and charged with the murder of Jessica Winters. When confronted with the mounting evidence, he confessed to killing her following an argument about the fare. He had been questioned during the original investigation, but provided an alibi that was never thoroughly verified. The question that haunted both Andrea and Detective Harmon remained unanswered. How had Ethan drawn scenes from a crime that occurred 13 years before his birth, with details that weren't public knowledge? Some in Millbrook whispered about reincarnation or psychic abilities. Others suggested more prosaic explanations. Perhaps he had overheard conversations, seen old newspaper clippings, or been influenced by subtle environmental cues. Detective Harmon preferred not to speculate. Sometimes the universe finds ways to right old wrongs, she told Andrea during their final official meeting about the case. Whatever the reason, Jessica's family finally has answers. As for Ethan, he continued to be an ordinary child, quiet, introspective, with a fondness for dinosaurs and space. When asked about his mill drawings months later, he seemed genuinely confused, as though he had no memory of creating them. The old Millbrook textile mill was demolished in spring 2019 to make way for a community park. During the groundbreaking ceremony, Jessica's parents planted a flowering cherry tree near where their daughter had been found. Each spring, as pink blossoms cascaded down, they would remember how a child's crayon had finally brought them closure. Andrea kept the drawings locked away in a fireproof box in the attic. Sometimes, late at night, she would take them out and study them, searching for meaning in the crude lines and simple shapes. The drawings offered no further insights, just a child's sketches of houses, trees, and stick figures, and one disturbingly specific scene that had finally brought justice after 20 years of silence. Crime 9, the old Pinewood Inn sat at the edge of Whispering Pines, a small town nestled between the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Its Victorian architecture and faded grandeur had once made it the crown jewel of the community, but it had been shuttered since 2018 when the last owner, Margaret Holloway, passed away. Her nephew, Daniel, inherited the property but lived 3 states away and only visited occasionally to check on the building. On October 12, 2023, during one of his biannual visits, Daniel noticed something peculiar. The antique guest book, a leather-bound ledger that had been in the lobby since the 1970s, was open on the reception desk. What caught his attention wasn't that the book was out. He often left it there himself as a nostalgic reminder of the inn's better days, but that there were new entries. 3 names, written in different handwriting styles, occupied the most recent page. Thomas Walker, room 212, October 2nd. Room was cold. Elizabeth Reeves, room 204, October 5th. kept hearing someone knocking. James Cofield, room 212, October 9th. Enjoyed the view. The entries disturbed Daniel. The inn had been locked up tight. The utilities were minimal, just enough electricity to keep the security system running and prevent pipe freezing in winter. Nobody should have been inside, let alone staying in rooms, and there was certainly no staff to assign those rooms. Daniel called the local police department. Officer Sarah Mendez arrived within the hour. In her mid-30s, with 11 years on the force, Mendez had seen her share of break-ins and vandalism, but something about this case immediately struck her as different. "I know these names," she said, her voice carrying a hint of disbelief as she examined the guest book. "At least, I think I do." She took photos of the entries with her phone and promised to look into it. Daniel, unsettled but not overly alarmed, locked up the property again and returned to his home in Virginia the next morning. 3 days later, Officer Mendez called Daniel. Her voice was tense when she asked if he could return to Whispering Pines as soon as possible. She wouldn't elaborate over the phone. When Daniel arrived the following day, he met Mendez at the town's small police station rather than at the inn. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across her face as she laid 3 manila folders on the desk between them. Thomas Walker died in 1987. He was a truck driver who was found in the Pinewood Inn, room 212. Heart attack, according to the coroner's report. She opened the second folder. Elizabeth Reeves, 2005, traveling saleswoman, checked into your family's inn but never checked out. Her body was found in room 204 after housekeeping noticed she hadn't left. Suicide by prescription medication overdose. The third folder was thinner than the others. James Cofield is the most recent, 2016, tourist photographer, found at the bottom of the cliff behind the inn. His room key for 212 was in his pocket, ruled accidental death, though there were some inconsistencies in the investigation. Daniel felt the blood drain from his face. This has to be some kind of sick joke, someone breaking in, looking up old deaths connected to the inn. Officer Mendez nodded slowly. That was my first thought too, but here's where it gets stranger. I had our department handwriting analyst compare these signatures to those in our records. She hesitated. They matched Daniel. The signatures in your guest book matched documents signed by these people when they were alive. The following day, Daniel and Officer Mendez went to the inn together. Nothing appeared disturbed. The dust that had accumulated over years of minimal maintenance lay undisturbed across most surfaces. The security system showed no breaches. They climbed the creaking staircase to the second floor. Room 204 was locked, as were all the rooms. When they unlocked it with Daniel's master key, they found it exactly as it had been left years ago, bed made with outdated floral linens, generic watercolor painting on the wall, empty drawers in the dresser. Room 212 was different. The bed was unmade. A single impression marked the left side of the mattress, as if someone had sat there. On the nightstand was a glass with water still in it. Officer Mendez took samples of the water and dusted for fingerprints. The results would take time to process. As they were leaving the room, Daniel noticed something on the desk, a small notepad with the Pinewood Inn logo at the top, the kind that used to be in every room for guests. A message was written on it in pencil. "We always come back to where we left." The handwriting didn't match any of the guest book entries. Over the next week, Daniel decided to stay in town. taking a room at the only other accommodation, a chain hotel on the highway. He spent his days researching the 3 deaths connected to his family's inn. Thomas Walker's heart attack seemed straightforward, though the autopsy noted unusual levels of stress hormones in his system. Elizabeth Reeves had no history of depression or suicidal tendencies, according to her family, who had always questioned the official ruling. James Cofield's case contained the most discrepancies. His camera was never found, though he'd been seen taking photographs around the property the day he died. And while the fall was ruled accidental, there were unexplained bruises on his wrists that suggested he might have been restrained at some point before his death. On his 6th night in town, Daniel received a call from Officer Mendez at 2:17 a.m. "The security system at the inn just sent an alert to the station," she said, her voice professional but tight with tension. The front door was opened from the inside. They met at the inn 20 minutes later. 3 patrol cars with flashing lights illuminated the Victorian façade in alternating red and blue. Officers had already searched the building and found no one. But the guest book had a new entry. Margaret Holloway, owner's suite, October 20th, coming home soon. Margaret, Daniel's aunt, the previous owner, had been dead for 5 years. The handwriting matched her signature perfectly. Daniel felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn night. Margaret had died in the owner's suite after a long battle with cancer. She had loved the inn fiercely, refusing to sell it even when maintaining it became financially untenable. The investigation expanded. Forensic specialists were brought in from the nearest city. They found no evidence of forgery in the guest book entries. The water glass from room 212 had fingerprints that matched James Cofield's prints on file from his photography license. Most disturbing of all, the security footage showed the front door opening at 1:42 a.m., but no one visible entering or exiting. As days passed, more entries appeared in the guest book, always names of people who had died in or near the inn over its century-long history, always in their own handwriting, always mentioning details only they would know. Locals began to avoid driving past the Pinewood Inn. Stories circulated about lights seen in windows at night, though the electricity had now been completely shut off. Some claimed to hear piano music, though the grand piano in the lobby had been removed and sold years earlier. Daniel, against the advice of Officer Mendez and several concerned townspeople, decided to spend a night in the inn. He needed to understand what was happening to his property, to his family's legacy. He chose to stay in the owner's suite where his aunt had spent her final days. He brought only a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a digital voice recorder, and his phone with a full battery. At 3:14 a.m., according to his later statement, he was awakened by the sound of someone writing. Following the noise, he found himself in the lobby, where the guest book lay open, a pen moving across the page with no visible hand guiding it. A new name was being written. Daniel Holloway, owner's suite, October 27th, finally understanding. The investigation into the Pinewood Inn phenomena continues to this day. The building has been placed under constant surveillance, with cameras monitoring every entrance and the guest book itself. Experts in various fields, from forensic science to historical research, have examined the evidence, but no conclusive explanation has emerged. Daniel Holloway no longer visits the property. He attempted to sell it in early 2024, but no buyers were interested once they learned its history. The guest book entries continue to appear, averaging one new name every 2 weeks. Officer Mendez, now leading a specialized task force focused on the case, has documented over 30 entries since the first discovery. Each one corresponds to a verifiable death connected to the inn, some dating back to the early 1900s. The most recent theory, proposed by a researcher from a nearby university, suggests that the Pinewood Inn sits on a convergence of geological anomalies that might create electromagnetic fields capable of preserving impressions of intense emotional states. Essentially, moments of death captured like recordings in the very structure of the building. But as the guest book continues to fill with names of the dead, written in their own hands, many in Whispering Pines have accepted a simpler, if more unsettling explanation. Some places never truly let go of those who pass through them, and some guests never really check out. The Pinewood Inn stands empty, its windows dark except on certain nights when passers-by report seeing silhouettes moving behind the curtains, guests from another time still finding their way to their rooms. Story 10. In the quiet of the night, a tale unfolds, shrouded in mystery and whispers of shadows. She hesitated, her steps hesitant as she ascended to the attic, a place she had always avoided. But fate, in the form of a storm, had decreed that she must confront the secrets hidden in the shadows of the attic. The air was thick with the scent of neglect, the forgotten relics of time draped in layers of dust and intricate cobwebs. Nestled in the darkness of the farthest corner lay an old dollhouse, its presence unsettling in its eerie detail. Each piece of tiny furniture within was meticulously arranged, as if frozen in time. But as she peered closer, a shiver crept down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were delicate, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature figure mirrored her family members precisely, down to the smallest detail, positioned exactly as they sat in the rooms below. Except for one glaring anomaly, the figure meant to depict her was standing by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Rebecca Morgan tentatively reached out, her finger tracing the roof of the dollhouse, her touch lingering on the spot where the tiny wooden figure stood. A chill, unrelated to the cold draft that whispered through the attic, raced through her veins. This dollhouse should not have been there, for this was not the home of her childhood, but a rental property the family had recently moved into. The unraveling of events began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived to find a family gripped by fear, clustered in the safety of their living room, reluctant to return to the attic's looming shadows. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the imaginings of a family adjusting to a new abode. But the intricate detail of the dollhouse figures caught her attention, etching themselves into her memory. Each tiny replica captured a unique essence of the family members: the father's thinning hairline, the son's favored hoodie, the mother's small birthmark. It was a mirror of their lives, frozen in miniature. The investigation took a chilling turn when forensic experts uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more unnerving were the microscopic cameras hidden within the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a concealed surveillance system beneath the dollhouse. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly aligned, a disturbing pattern emerged. The positions of the figures within the dollhouse mirrored not just the family's current evening, but past days, hinting at a watchful eye that had observed them, memorized their routines with unsettling precision. We were not dealing with a mere stalker, Detective Harmon would later recount. This was a level of obsession that defied conventional understanding. A hidden entrance in the basement, concealed behind a false pantry wall, unveiled a makeshift living space where evidence pointed to an intruder dwelling beneath the family's feet, unnoticed for weeks. Food remnants, water bottles, a sleeping bag all whispered of an unwelcome presence that had lingered. The absence of forced entry confounded investigators, with property records revealing the house had stood empty for a year before the Morgans' arrival. The previous owners had passed away, leaving behind a son who orchestrated the rental of the property. Neighbors, when questioned, offered little insight, save for fleeting glimpses of light flickering in the vacant property. A digital trail led investigators to a small apartment across town, a place where walls bore witness to a tapestry of photographs capturing the lives of the Morgan family and previous tenants. Journal entries chronicled daily routines with unsettling accuracy, painting a portrait of obsession and possession. The most chilling revelation lay within a workshop, where numerous unfinished dollhouses stood, each a replica of homes scattered across the neighborhood. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners, whose grip on reality had slipped into a realm of possessive delusion. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, his motivations rooted in a twisted desire for control. The dollhouses were his domain, a means to oversee and manipulate those living within the houses he deemed his own. The psychological evaluation peeled back layers of a fractured mind, revealing a man consumed by a need to possess what he had lost. The dollhouse was his throne, his subjects mere pawns in a macabre game of surveillance and control. The Morgans chose to sever ties with the house, their sanctuary tainted by the intrusion of a disturbed mind. Rebecca's haunting realization was not the dollhouse itself, but the knowledge that they had been mere playthings, manipulated and observed from the shadows. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, and breaking and entering, his actions a violation that transcended physical boundaries. The judge, in delivering the sentence, acknowledged the profound breach of security and autonomy the Morgan family had endured. The case sent ripples through the community, prompting a reevaluation of real estate regulations and the obligations of agents to ensure the sanctity of new occupants' homes. Wells' meticulous web of surveillance would have remained undetected for years had it not been for Rebecca's discovery. As the Morgans sought solace in a new haven, the specter of the past lingered, a ghostly reminder of a time when their lives had been manipulated. Rebecca's words echoed in the silence of their new home, a testament to the lingering fear that someone, somewhere, might still be orchestrating their lives in unseen miniature. Story 11: The Enigmatic Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn-out blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with its azure eyes staring wide and unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, shared a puzzled glance, for neither had laid eyes on it before. They dismissed it with a chuckle, deeming it just another forgotten relic of the past. However, that night, as they drifted off to sleep, an odd sensation lingered in the air. The atmosphere grew heavy, the quiet of the house lingering longer than usual, and when morning broke, the doll was no longer in the attic. It now perched at the foot of their bed, an eerie sentinel in the dim light. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the allure of the Victorian house they had acquired at auction, drawn to its intricate woodwork and enigmatic aura, heedless of the whispers surrounding its history. Little did they know that they were about to become entwined in its enigmatic past. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn morning to investigate a chilling discovery. The female victim lay in the master bedroom, her body contorted into a grotesque pose, eyes wide with terror etched into her expression. Nearby, the male victim was found, his posture hinting at a desperate attempt to flee. The crime scene was pristine, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle beyond the haunting tableau before them. Quietly, Detective Winters observed the scene, noting the deliberate arrangement of the victims. The female's posture mirrored that of a doll plucked from a display, a macabre mimicry that sent shivers down her spine. As the investigation unfolded, a tapestry of eerie accounts emerged from the neighbors' shadows flitting behind windows, ghostly laughter resonating through the night, adding layers of unease to the unfolding mystery. The forensic team meticulously combed through the house, uncovering minute traces of vintage fabrics akin to those used in antique doll clothing. The attic, a focal point of the investigation, bore an unsettling concentration of these fibers, hinting at a connection to the sinister events that had unfolded within those walls. Delving into the property's history revealed a sinister thread: previous owners meeting tragic fates under mysterious circumstances, each incident shrouded in inexplicable details. A newspaper clipping unearthed by Detective Winters spoke of a doll maker who once dwelled in a house, his daughter's demise cloaked in suspicion, his final creation rumored to hold a dark secret. A breakthrough emerged from hidden photographs depicting the dollmaker's collection, with one doll mirroring the malevolent presence that had plagued Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, a haunting testament to an unseen force at play. A revelation from a distant relative hinted at arcane practices and malevolent rituals, weaving a tapestry of the supernatural that defied rational explanation. The case, shrouded in inexplicable phenomena, defied conventional logic, leaving Detective Winters grappling with an insidious force that eluded the confines of reason. As the investigation reached a standstill, the doll vanished from police custody, casting a shadow of doubt and foreboding over the department. Detective Winters, haunted by the inexplicable events, retired prematurely, carrying with her a chilling memento locked away in her final moments on the force. The house changed hands once more, its haunted legacy lingering in the whispers of the night. The new owners, wary of the attic's secrets, chose to leave it undisturbed, unaware of the specter that loomed within its confines. And on moonlit evenings, a faint silhouette danced behind the attic window, accompanied by the spectral laughter of a child, a reminder of the enigmatic doll that defied time and reason. Story 12. The old Polaroid held secrets, a silent witness to a forgotten birthday. Among the smiles and flickering candles, there was nothing out of the ordinary. But when the daughter inherited the box of memories, she saw it. A figure lurking in the background just beyond the group. A man shrouded in darkness, standing on the fringes of candlelight. He was not a part of the family, yet in each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a trove of faded photographs capturing moments from her childhood. What should have brought solace instead sparked a haunting revelation. In the first photo, he was a mere silhouette at the edge of her 7th birthday party. By the second picture, he had crept indoors. And in the third, he loomed behind her uncle, unnoticed by all in the frame. Trembling, Sarah called her father, questioning the mysterious presence in the photos. His response was a sharp inhale of breath, denying knowledge of any stranger. Detective Marcus Reed listened intently as Sarah laid out the eerie progression of images on his desk. Rain tapped rhythmically against the windows, casting shadows that danced across the photographs. His weathered hands traced each photo, his gaze narrowing in concentration. "No one recognized this man," he inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Sarah arranged the photos in sequence, revealing the chilling advancement of the shadowy figure through the gatherings. The detective leaned in, observing the calculated movement toward the children with growing unease. In the final photo, the man stood inches behind Sarah's youthful self, an outstretched hand just beyond the frame. Speculations arose, but the truth remained elusive. Facial recognition failed, leaving the figure a ghostly enigma in each shot. Yet there was a sense of purpose in his stance, a deliberate presence hidden in plain sight. The investigation gained traction when Sarah uncovered more photos from different occasions, each bearing the unsettling figure in the background. With digital enhancements, details emerged: a scar, a ring, a glimpse of a face previously obscured by shadow. Dental records provided the breakthrough, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions from years past. As the pieces fell into place, Keller's connection to the rental property where Sarah's birthday took place revealed a chilling pattern. Keys to various properties, vanished children, buried secrets, all intertwined in a web of darkness that had eluded justice for decades. Remains discovered near one of the properties confirmed the horrors long concealed. Families received closure, albeit a bitter one, as the shadow in the photos was unmasked. Sarah sat among the haunting images, realizing the depths of the hidden evil that had haunted her past. The man in the photos, once a spectral presence, now stood exposed in the light of truth. His silent malevolence had woven a thread of tragedy through the frozen moments captured on film. As Sarah closed the box of damning evidence, she knew that some shadows were not meant to be forgotten, lest they resurface to shatter the illusions of safety and innocence. Story 13. The parcel arrived without a trace of its origins, no label to guide its journey, no tracking number to reveal its path. Just a nondescript cardboard box kissed by the morning dew. It wasn't destined for her. Her address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. Sarah Miller stood at her doorstep, a momentary hesitation flickering in her mind. She should have dismissed it, left it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that persistent whisper of the unknown, beckoned her closer. With tentative hands, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents within. Yet what awaited her beneath the cardboard lid was far from ordinary: a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a cryptic command: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette, a weighty presence that defied its physical form, as if harboring secrets unseen. Her fingertips lingered over its weathered edges, feeling the faint traces of its past voyages. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke etched with a sense of purpose. In the backdrop of her suburban surroundings, life carried on its routine melody: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the distant hum of a lawnmower, unaware, unsuspecting. Bringing the mysterious package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance in her world. 4 years within these walls, and never had she encountered a trace of him. The Johnsons had been the previous occupants, their absence marked by the silence that now enveloped the house. Curiosity warred with apprehension as she eyed her VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust. There was a pull, a magnetic force emanating from the tape, a riddle veiled in black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape. Static crackled on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp casting elongated shadows. The camera angle was askew, lending an air of urgency to the scene. A man sat in a worn wooden chair, his features initially shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice resonated, a blend of quiet resolve. "If you're watching this, then they've found you. And they'll find me too." Leaning closer, his weary countenance came into view, eyes etched with sleepless nights, stubble framing his face, hair tousled in disarray. "I didn't do it. You need to believe me. They set me up, my fingerprints, my DNA, all planted, though I never laid a hand on her." As the tape unraveled, the truth began to surface, painting a portrait of a man ensnared in a web of deception. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a case that defied convention, where truths blurred into shadows and shadows whispered of hidden agendas. The VHS tapes, each a breadcrumb leading deeper into the labyrinth of a conspiracy, bore witness to a tale of corporate malfeasance and innocence betrayed. The narrative twisted and turned, revealing layers of deceit that had shrouded the murder of Catherine Walsh. A whistleblower silenced, evidence tampered with, a scapegoat carefully crafted. Daniel Whitaker, a man on the run, had become a symbol of a system that sought to bury its sins beneath a veneer of righteousness. Ramirez traced the threads of corruption back to PharmaCorp, a behemoth with blood on its hands, willing to sacrifice truth for profit. Sarah Miller's involvement took an unexpected turn as she received a second package, a trove of incriminating documents that laid bare the conspiracy. Piece by piece, the puzzle came together, linking Whitaker's plight to a larger tapestry of corporate greed and moral decay. The shadows began to dissipate, revealing the outlines of justice on the horizon. In a storage unit amidst the relics of a cover-up, truth awaited its reckoning. Ramirez, guided by the courage of an accidental witness, unraveled the threads of deception that had ensnared Whitaker. The culprits, faces once hidden in the shadows of power, now stood exposed, their empire crumbling around them. As the dust settled and the echoes of a dark chapter faded, Sarah Miller found herself face to face with a man redeemed by the pursuit of truth. Daniel Whitaker, a figure once tainted by suspicion, emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a system designed to crush the innocent. In his eyes, Sarah glimpsed a reflection of her own journey, a path that led from curiosity to revelation, from ignorance to enlightenment. Their encounter, brief yet profound, carried the weight of unspoken truths. In a world where shadows danced with secrets, they stood as witnesses to a truth that transcended borders and boundaries. The wrong address, a twist of fate, had led them down a path of discovery where justice emerged from the depths of deception. The VHS tapes, relics of a bygone era, now lay silent in evidence, their secrets laid bare for the world to see. In their stillness, they whispered of a tale that defied logic, a story of redemption, of courage, and of the enduring power of truth. Story 14. The quaint costume shop was nearing its end, the air heavy with the scent of nostalgia as it sold off its remnants of the past. Among the fading treasures, a woman's hand reached out to touch a mask resting on a forgotten shelf, its delicate features both captivating and eerily lifelike. The cashier's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she placed it on the worn counter. "That doesn't belong to us," he mumbled, a hint of unease in his voice. Perplexed, she turned the mask over, only to find no tag attached. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to bring it home with her. As the night wrapped its shadows around her, a soft sound stirred her from slumber. A whisper of fabric moving, a gentle disturbance in the air. The mask was no longer where she had left it on the dresser. Instead, it sat upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her, a silent sentinel in the darkness. The woman known as Catherine Reed was later discovered by a concerned neighbor. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing the morning light to spill into the dim interior of her home. What awaited inside was a scene that would etch itself into the minds of those who ventured near. Catherine lay lifeless on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the somber scene, the click of shutters punctuating the hushed tones of the investigators. "No signs of forced entry," remarked one of the officers, jotting down notes in a worn pad. The detective observed the room with a keen eye, noting subtle details that whispered of secrets. A drawer left slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand, everything seemingly ordinary, except for the woman whose eyes would never again open. The medical examiner, his expression grave, hovered over Catherine's body. Initial examination reveals no clear cause of death, no visible wounds, no signs of a struggle, he stated, gesturing towards her frozen visage. But look here, fear etched into every line of her face. The detective knelt beside the lifeless form, a shiver running down her spine. "Something terrified her beyond words," she murmured, a chill creeping into the room. Catherine had led a quiet life as an art appraiser, known for her meticulous nature and passion for authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her keen eye, her ability to discern the genuine from the counterfeit with a single glance. She had a knack for spotting the slightest discrepancies, her boss recalled during questioning. The detective pondered whether this very talent had led her down a path of darkness. Security footage from the costume shop unveiled a puzzling encounter. The cashier's confusion at the sight of the mask was evident, prompting a call to the shop's owner, who disavowed any knowledge of such an item. The detective, her curiosity piqued, ventured to the now empty shop, where the owner's nervous demeanor hinted at hidden truths. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Its origins remain a mystery," he confessed, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Strange occurrences followed some of the items we acquired from a collector's estate sale events shrouded in mystery. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching onto something, the lab technician explained, holding up the evidence. "These fibers are unlike anything we've seen before, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material that defies identification." The investigation unraveled a tapestry of similar deaths spanning decades, each victim linked by the acquisition of a peculiar mask and a shared expression of unbridled terror, cases left unsolved, whispers of a malevolent force at play. A retired detective, a veteran of one such case, agreed to share his knowledge. In a dimly lit room, he slid a weathered file across the table, hands trembling slightly. Inside each mask, hidden behind the lining, we found ancient symbols, he disclosed. A scholar's research pointed to a dark ritual involving the transference of souls. The pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place. A journal concealed within Catherine's apartment behind a loose panel unveiled her descent into a world of dread. Her final entry spoke of a lurking presence, of the mask's sinister gaze following her every move. She chronicled her findings, linking the mask to a string of enigmatic deaths. "The mask is alive," her frantic script revealed. "It watches me, waiting for its next victim. The symbols within match those of past tragedies. The collector who possessed these masks met a similar fate." Each mask claims a soul before moving on, a vessel seeking new life. The detective wove together the threads of evidence, the enigmatic fibers, Catherine's revelations, the haunting pattern of deaths. The medical examiner's verdict was chilling: death by heart failure induced by sheer terror. What horrors lurked within the mask's hollow gaze, compelling fear so potent it silenced a beating heart. The investigation took a sinister turn with the discovery of overlooked surveillance footage from a nearby residence. A figure cloaked in darkness emerged from Catherine's home, a mask obscuring its features in eerie mimicry of her movements, a macabre dance of possession. The hunt for the missing mask began, but its elusive trail vanished until whispers surfaced months later of a peculiar mask surfacing in a distant vintage emporium. By the time authorities arrived, it had slipped into the hands of an unknown buyer, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The case, shrouded in mystery and dread, remains unresolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal close, a testament to the inexplicable truths that evade official records. In the quiet hours of the night, she startles awake to an intangible presence, a sense of unseen eyes fixed upon her. She secures her surroundings, a silent vigil against the lurking darkness, mindful of the mask that awaits its next unwitting bearer. For the mask is a vessel of ancient malice, a cycle of terror that spans centuries, moving from one soul to the next in an unending quest for new life. Its hunger knows no bounds, its gaze forever seeking what lies beyond mortal eyes. Story 15. The ancient apartment held its secrets, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards, but the new occupant sensed a difference in the eerie sounds that echoed through the walls. The footsteps above were too purposeful, too steady to belong to a mere building settling into the night. Curious and apprehensive, she dwelled on the fact that she resided on the top floor, isolated from any upstairs neighbors. One fateful evening, emboldened by a mix of fear and intrigue, she tentatively rapped on the ceiling with a broomstick. The noises ceased abruptly, leaving a heavy silence in their wake, and then, in a chilling response, a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the building's idiosyncrasies or perhaps a small creature taking refuge in the attic's shadows. As the enigmatic footsteps persisted night after night, she adapted by cranking up the volume on her television, donning headphones to muffle the methodical pacing that traversed her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris was drawn into the peculiar narrative when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. The worker had uncovered a hidden passage behind a section of drywall in the hallway adjacent to Sarah's unit, leading to a space that defied the building's architectural blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight beam, the clandestine chamber revealed remnants of a makeshift living area, crumpled food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Alarmed by the discovery, the building superintendent alerted the authorities. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, arrived at the scene to find the shaken maintenance worker muttering about an unseen presence. "Someone dwelled within the walls," he repeated in a hushed tone. "Someone was watching." The notebook unveiled intricate observations meticulously chronicling Sarah Coleman's every move, her daily routines, her interactions, her preferences. The meticulous handwriting descended into chaos in the final entries, interspersed with cryptic symbols etched along the margins. "The subject resists my influence," the last page lamented. "She dares to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic experts scoured the hidden passages, uncovering fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. A labyrinthine network of interconnected tunnels snaked through the building's structure, some dating back decades as per structural assessments. These secret passages linked to 5 distinct apartments, but culminated in observation points concealed within only one unit, Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no abnormalities beyond the typical noises of communal living. In contrast, former tenants recounted unsettling experiences of feeling scrutinized, of hearing inexplicable noises. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being under surveillance, with one departing after a mere fortnight, all refraining from vocalizing their fears for fear of sounding delusional. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis pinpointed minuscule traces of blood spatter within one of the hidden passages. DNA testing tied the evidence to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior, leaving his loved ones grappling with unanswered questions. Martin had lived directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered a pattern of complaints concerning disturbances emanating from the unit above him. Martin had confronted his upstairs neighbor, a reclusive individual named Edward, before his puzzling disappearance. Subsequently, Edward vacated his residence, leaving no forwarding address. Delving into Edward's past, investigators unveiled a pattern of transient habitation across multiple apartment complexes over 2 decades. Each time, Edward gravitated towards top-floor accommodations, maintaining a solitary existence and departing without a trace. A neighbor from his former abode recalled him as intense, fixated on the necessity of absolute silence. An investigation into Edward's rural property unveiled a secluded cabin adorned with a macabre display. Walls adorned with photographs and notes chronicling residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Detailed schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities, alongside disturbing diaries chronicling observations of specimens and sustaining the habitat. At the heart of the cabin, a corkboard displayed newspaper clippings detailing missing persons reports, 6 in total, all originating from buildings where Edward had resided. Weathered scratches marred the floor beneath the board, hinting at a grim ritual that had unfolded within those walls. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly overturned earth, unearthing the remains of Edward's victims. As forensic anthropologists worked tirelessly to identify the deceased, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. Though the hidden passages had been sealed off, residents occasionally reported phantom noises echoing through the walls. During the installation of enhanced security measures, maintenance workers stumbled upon a cryptic object nestled in the crevice where the ceiling met the wall, a fresh notebook, distinct from its predecessor. Its initial page bore a chilling declaration: "My old sanctuary has been uncovered, but my new refuge remains concealed." The final entry featured a crudely drawn map of Sarah's apartment layout, with a crimson trail marking a newly forged passage and a date indicating imminent activity. Racing against time, officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. The eerie stillness enveloped the apartment, with her abandoned belongings offering no clues to her whereabouts. As the officers combed through the silent abode, a cryptic message materialized on the fogged bathroom mirror, etched by an unseen hand: "Look up." Upon inspection, a ceiling panel above the shower had been removed, hinting at an ominous revelation awaiting discovery. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist with a penchant for clandestine renovations, intensified as authorities unearthed the extent of his twisted machinations. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no trace of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remained missing, her enigma entwined with a string of vanishings spanning multiple states. In response, authorities issued warnings to building administrators regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed compartments, underscoring the insidious threat lurking within seemingly ordinary dwellings. For Detective Morris, the lingering specter that haunted his thoughts was not the grisly graves or the chilling journals, but the image of Sarah, ensnared in a nightmarish existence of unrelenting surveillance. The phantom footsteps that ceased at her beckoning, only to echo back in eerie response. In solitary moments within his own residence, Detective Morris found himself gazing upwards, attuned to the quiet of the night, pondering who else might be listening in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting subject to cross their path. Story 16, the apartment lay dormant for months, a silent witness to the passage of time. When the new occupants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps a layer of dust, a few remnants left behind by the previous tenant. However, one door stood firm, resisting all attempts to reveal its secrets. Locked from within, it held a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a sense of trepidation, the landlord finally forced it open, bracing for the mundane contents of a neglected closet. But what greeted them was far from ordinary. Etched into the wooden walls were deep, jagged scratches, a silent testimony of desperation and struggle. In the dim corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its battery long drained, save for one unread message glowing eerily on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of darkness, felt a shiver crawl down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those marks a tale of confinement and silent screams. "We need forensics here at once," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting imprints with his camera. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenant." The message on the forgotten phone simply whispered, "I know what you did." The anxious landlord, his palms clammy with nervousness, recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in their wake. A young woman kept to herself, left abruptly about 6 months ago, he murmured, his eyes skittering away from the closet, a place of hidden horrors. Forensic analysis unveiled a chilling truth within those scratches: multiple blood samples, mostly belonging to a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent from her job after a sudden disappearance. But among the traces, 2 DNA profiles stood out. One remained a mystery to the databases, while the other belonged to a man declared deceased 2 years prior. "This defies all logic," Shaw muttered, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convict of assault supposedly killed in a car crash, had left his genetic imprint on the walls of Emma's prison. The apartment whispered of a life interrupted, unopened mail, a lonely coffee mug, a neatly made bed. Emma's phone records revealed a pattern of calls abruptly ceased, replaced by a flood of unknown numbers leading up to her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowed figure following Emma into the building, concealing their identity beneath a baseball cap. The breakthrough came with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet's inner doorknob, belonging to none other than Derek Mercer. "He staged his death," Shaw concluded, "but why and what ties him to Emma?" The enigmatic DNA sample led them to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had disappeared years earlier. Her description matched a visitor to Emma's apartment, as witnessed by vigilant neighbors. Shaw traced the connections through traffic cameras, unveiling a sinister web woven by Mercer's hand. A car linked to Mercer's family frequented Emma's residence, its driver resembling Derek. The trail led them to a secluded property, where behind heavy doors Lynette Porter was discovered emaciated but alive, a reflection of Emma's harrowing ordeal. "He forced me to watch," Lynette whispered, haunted eyes staring into the void. "Said I needed to understand the fate of those who dared to flee." Evidence piled up: journals of control, photographs of his victims, and damning videos of Emma's captivity. Mercer's twisted desires emerged, painting a portrait of a man who thrived on inflicting fear and captivity. The hunt for Mercer spanned borders as psychologists delved into his dark psyche, revealing a chilling truth: he didn't crave death but the agony of entrapment, relishing in the dwindling hope of his victims. Upon his capture, Mercer exuded a disturbing calmness, denying culpability with a twisted logic known only to him. The trial unveiled his elaborate charade, weaving a tapestry of deceit and manipulation that ensnared unsuspecting women in his web of terror. Emma's body was never recovered, lost to the confines of a closet where her pleas echoed unheard. Her final act, texting herself a damning message, a silent cry for justice in a world tainted by Mercer's darkness. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a faint smile ghosted his lips, a perverse satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Lynette, rising from the shadows of her captivity, faced him with steely resolve. "He trapped us in darkness, but we emerged into the light," she declared, a beacon of resilience in the face of unspeakable horrors. The case reshaped investigative protocols, shedding light on the insidious patterns of predators lurking in the shadows of ordinary life. Detective Shaw affixed the closet door in her office, a sobering reminder that evil often wears a mask of normalcy, concealing the chilling truth beneath the surface. Story 17. The dwelling had sat deserted for countless seasons. Whispers from the neighbors lingered, telling of the absence that loomed since the vanishing of a young woman. And yet, as the fresh occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight: the bedroom sealed shut from within. With persistence, they forced it open, unveiling a space cloaked in stagnant air, burdened with the weight of neglect. But an unsettling aura permeated the room. The bed lay meticulously made, the mirror gleamed spotless. Upon the desk, a lone candle had surrendered to time, its essence frozen in wax tears. And there, amidst the stillness, lay a notebook, its pages adorned with ink that had only recently kissed the paper. Detective Morgan delved into the notebook's contents while forensic experts combed the room for traces of the past. The script belonged to Elise Winters, a woman of 26, reported missing by her kin nearly half a decade prior. Her script danced elegantly across the pages, each stroke deliberate, until reaching the final entry where the ink bore down with greater force, imprinting the subsequent sheets. "I know he watches me tonight," the last entry whispered. "The same vehicle passes thrice. I beckon for aid, but my cries fall on deaf ears. Should fate intervene, know it was no chance occurrence." Closing the tome, the detective secured it within an evidence sack. A hint of dust lingered in the air, entwined with a faint chemical essence. The landlord loomed in the doorway, pallor adorning his features. "We scoured every nook air listing it for habitation," he murmured. "That door never bolted." Elise had served as a legal assistant at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious firm embroiled in high-stakes litigations. Colleagues painted her as meticulous, devoted, yet veiled in solitude in the weeks leading to her disappearance. She lingered after hours, her superior recounted to the investigators, mentioned uncovering discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition files, numbers altered, documents retroactively dated. Photographs of Elise with her auburn tresses and earnest gaze framed by spectacles, adorned the detective's scrutiny. The woman captured in those stills seemed too methodical to vanish without a trace, too composed to simply fade into the ether. The bedroom divulged scant clues, no signs of strife, no crimson stains, merely a frozen moment as if Elise had stepped out momentarily, intending to return. The candle, a study in blackened wax, bore no scent. Its heat had left a mark upon the wooden surface. "What revelations have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the lead forensics examiner. An array of fingerprints, aged and degraded, yet the absence is telling. The doorknob wiped clean inside and out, likewise the window fastenings. The investigative team delved deeper, dismantling baseboards, probing behind outlets, seeking hidden recesses. Beneath a loose floorboard near the closet, a waterproof vessel emerged, housing a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Within rested a second flash drive and folders brimming with documents. The papers unveiled financial dealings between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts, entangled with key figures at Harriman and Associates. Through digital sleuthing, the drives unveiled audio recordings and spreadsheets unveiling tampered data from Westridge's flagship drug trial, Neurapax. The voices of Elise and a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner, echoed within the recordings. "These figures must not reach the public eye," Harriman's voice echoed in one tape. "Adverse effects manifested in nearly 40%, not the paltry 4 we proclaimed. Should this leak, our firm crumbles, Westridge shares plummet." "People are perishing," Elise countered. "The seizures transpire precisely as the initial data prophesied." "This dialogue remains clandestine," Harriman asserted. "What is spoken within these walls remains within, for all our sakes." Detective Morgan engaged with pharmaceutical overseers who confirmed Neurapax's covert withdrawal following deaths, aligning with Elise's concealed findings. Subpoenas unfurled Harriman's personal and corporate records, revealing a trail that led to industrial sanitation services at his rural estate the day subsequent to Elise's disappearance. A scour of the estate unearthed minute traces of Elise's blood, matching her genetic imprint despite meticulous cleansing. The evidence, circumstantial yet damning, painted a sinister tableau. The enigma of the sealed chamber endured until surveillance footage from neighboring precincts surfaced. A figure akin to Harriman approached the residence on the night of Elise's vanishing amid torrential downpour. The recordings captured his ingress, yet no egress was to be seen. Morgan revisited the bedroom in the company of a structural engineer. Together, they unearthed a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, leading to subterranean maintenance tunnels branching beneath the neighborhood's aged domiciles. The passage had been camouflaged with fresh drywall, melding seamlessly with the original surface. Vincent Harriman met his apprehension amid a boardroom assembly. Confronted with the evidentiary tapestry, he clung to his innocence, attributing Elise's demise to a fabricated vendetta. "She teetered on the edge, delusions clouding her judgment," he professed. "She concocted evidence to defame the firm post her promotion denial." The tribunal dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's covert camera, discreetly nestled within a bookend on her shelf, chronicled Harriman's nocturnal intrusion. The film ceased abruptly as he neared her desk, where she inscribed her final words. Prosecutors posited that Harriman, post Elise's slaying, locked the chamber from within utilizing a rudimentary contrivance of string and hook, absconding through the hidden passage. Years later, ere the new tenant's arrival, he revisited to purge all vestiges that could indict him. Inadvertently, he preserved the tableau as evidence awaited by investigators. Harriman was convicted of premeditated homicide, devoid of Elise's corporeal remains. The pharmaceutical barons embroiled in the deceit faced discreet indictments. The families bereaved by Neurapax's lethal sequelae launched a collective lawsuit, laying bare the systemic malfeasance. At the sentencing's denouement, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's chamber lay undisturbed, safeguarding the truths she sacrificed to unearth. She never truly departed that room." Her quest for equity lingered within, awaiting revelation. The new occupants shunned occupancy. The dwelling now stands solitary once more, its enigmas unveiled yet not forgotten. Locals circumvent its vicinity post-nightfall. Some profess sighting a flicker in the upper casement, an allusion to the chamber where a young woman made her final stand against potent figures who deemed their transgressions inviolable. Justice sought out Elise Winters, not in vitality, but in the testament she bequeathed. The chamber she never truly vacated metamorphosed into both her sepulcher and her testimony. Story 18. The aged envelope exuded a sense of history, its once pristine edges now tinged with a golden hue, while the stamp bore the fresh mark of recent mailing. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded its contents, revealing a single sheet of paper adorned with hurried, uneven typewritten words. "I am sorry for what I did." A subtle dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint scent of iron. It was then that Detective Sarah Morgan's sharp eye caught sight of a reddish smear along the paper's bottom edge, a stain that whispered of secrets untold. Carefully placing the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moved with practiced precision, mindful of the weight of the message it carried. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The reddish mark was indeed human blood, a match to DNA from a long unsolved homicide case that had cast a shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her life cut short by multiple stab wounds. Her missing laptop and scattered notes hinted at a connection between the attack and a story she had been pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until the arrival of this enigmatic letter at the Homicide Division. Addressed simply and cryptically, it bore few fingerprints, only faint smudges suggesting the sender's cautious touch. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the labyrinth of the unknown. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of a web of clues and dead ends. "This changes everything," her voice, soft yet resolute, filled the space. "Our killer carries the weight of regret." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the quest for justice, cast a skeptic's eye on the letter. "Or perhaps," he mused, "it's a performance, a twisted dance of deception." Delving deeper, the forensics team traced the typewriter's unique imprint back to a bygone era, a relic of the past with a tale of its own. As they combed through antique shops and collectors' troves, the tendrils of the investigation stretched further into the shadows of Rebecca Warren's world. Her pursuit of truth had led her to the doorstep of a powerful family embroiled in intrigue and rivalry. Interviews with her loved ones unveiled whispers of shadows and secrets, of a tale woven with threads of betrayal and greed. Among them, her boyfriend Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now bore a tremor of uncertainty, his gaze haunted by unseen specters. She feared she was being watched, he confessed, a shard of truth piercing the veil of denial. As the detectives navigated this labyrinth of half-truths and revelations, a second letter arrived, bearing the same macabre signature, a typewritten confession veiled in the crimson of spilled blood. She delved too deep, it whispered, into the heart of darkness that consumed us. The path led to the ancestral mansion of the deceased patriarch, a realm of opulence hiding darker truths. There the eldest son, Richard, stood guard over a collection of antiquities, his demeanor a mask of practiced civility. Yet beneath the veneer of respectability lay a well of deceit and desperation. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers linking the letters to custom stationery owned by the youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her revelation of Richard's request for her stationery unraveled a tapestry of deception, leading to a hidden chamber filled with damning evidence. The truth emerged like a specter from the shadows, revealing a web of deceit spun by those closest to the victim. Financial transactions traced a web of complicity between Richard and Michael, a pact sealed in blood and betrayal. Confronted with the weight of his actions, Michael's facade crumbled, his words a damning echo of his complicity. "I never meant for it to end this way," he whispered, a confession tinged with remorse and regret. The final revelation came in the form of a clandestine recording, capturing the chilling conversation between Richard and Michael, sealing their fates with words of finality. As justice unfurled its wings, Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled under the weight of evidence, his facade shattered by the truth laid bare. The courtroom's hushed whispers bore witness to the unraveling of a carefully woven tapestry of lies. In the end, as Richard was led away in chains, Detective Morgan's gaze met the eyes of Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent assurance of closure in the face of unspeakable loss. The blood-stained letters, now silent witnesses to a tale of darkness and redemption, found their resting place in the archives of justice, a reminder that even the most carefully orchestrated crimes carry the mark of the human heart. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a beacon of truth in the annals of detective lore, a testament to the enduring power of conscience and the fragile threads that bind us all. Story 19, The Haunting of Blackwood House. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air around her. The abandoned Victorian loomed, a relic frozen in time with peeling walls and furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step felt like a plunge into a forgotten moment, a stillness that whispered of secrets. But amidst the eerie silence, a peculiar mystery unfolded. The doors, no matter where she turned, all led back to the same parlor, a labyrinth of passages that defied logic, trapping her in a loop with no escape. The only path out vanished behind her as the front door disappeared into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the derelict house from a mere curiosity to a crime scene shrouded in shadows. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing as forensic specialists moved through the dimness like specters. The house, once known for its unsettling aura, now harbored darker truths than mere urban legends. The medical examiner's hushed tones revealed the grim reality of Morgan's demise. Asphyxiation, a silent killer claiming her within the quiet parlor where she sat, serene and poised as if awaiting a guest. No struggle, no signs of violence, just a haunting calmness that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Questions arose, swirling like the dust in the abandoned rooms. Who had stumbled upon her lifeless figure, a real estate agent, unsuspecting, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near. The house, a relic of past disputes and faded memories, now held the echo of a tragedy that transcended time. Morgan, a young scholar drawn to the enigmatic allure of architectural anomalies, had ventured into the Victorian's depths in pursuit of elusive truths. Her journal spoke of chilling anomalies that defied reason and whispered of unseen forces at play within the ancient walls. As Lind delved deeper into the investigation, a portrait emerged of a woman consumed by the mysteries of the house. Her final journal entry hinted at spatial inconsistencies, at a reality that twisted and turned like the hidden corridors within the Victorian's heart. But it was the unexpected presence of a rare alkaloid in her system that cast a new shadow over the case. A substance known for inducing disorientation and visions, yet present in quantities too small to be lethal. Her loved ones vouched for her dedication to her research, denying any reckless behavior on her part. Deleted messages, fragments of a cryptic dialogue with a mysterious figure who shared her obsession with the house, unveiled a hidden connection. Whispers of secrets long buried, of truths waiting to be unveiled in the shadows of the Victorians' forgotten corners. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history entangled in Morgan's quest, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding drama. His insights into the house's design hinted at a deeper purpose, a malevolent intent woven into the very fabric of its walls. But as Lind and her team delved into the past, a chilling revelation surfaced, a family legacy stained by mysterious deaths within the same parlor where Morgan met her end. The claiming, a dark ritual that spanned generations, whispered of an ancient force that lurked within the house's confines. A hidden compartment, a chamber of relics from distant lands and forgotten cultures, unveiled a truth that defied logic. A deity of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds between worlds, watched over the house with eyes that had seen centuries come and go. And as the investigation spiraled into darkness, another tragedy struck. Adam Reeves, consumed by the same unseen force that had claimed Morgan, fell victim to a fate sealed within the walls of the Victorian. His final moments, a mirror of Morgan's own demise, echoed with the weight of truths too profound to fathom. The house, condemned and shrouded in mystery, stood as a testament to the enigma that gripped those who dared to unlock its secrets. Lights flickered in the darkness, whispers carried on the wind of visitors who entered but never departed, lost to the embrace of a reality that defied understanding. Some whispered of a curse, of a house that claimed those who delved too deep into its shadows. Others spoke of ancient powers, of a force that existed beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. The truth, like the ever-shifting corridors of the house, remained elusive, a riddle waiting to be solved by those brave enough to seek it. And so the Victorian stood silent, a sentinel of forgotten memories and lost souls, beckoning to those who dared to peer into the infinite abyss of its mysteries. The house where all doors led back to the beginning, where time stood still, and where the past and present converged in a dance of shadows and light. Story 20. The gentle current whispered a lullaby that morning, the water reflecting the stillness of a slumbering world. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost unnoticed, along the glassy surface. His tired eyes, heavy with the weight of solitude, scanned the horizon absent-mindedly until a glint caught his attention near the shore. A solitary suitcase bobbed rhythmically, as if dancing to a silent melody. At first it seemed like a forgotten relic discarded carelessly by the hands of time. But as the fisherman drew closer, a pungent odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating, a secret carried by the wind. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, their once shiny surfaces now corroded by exposure to the elements. With a heavy heart and a sense of foreboding, the fisherman alerted the authorities. When they pried open the case, it revealed not forgotten garments, but a haunting sight. Within its confinements lay a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre embrace. And at the very bottom, a chilling note pierced the silence, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her steps measured, her gaze steady. The victim, a woman in her prime, lay still upon the shore, her features a haunting echo of a life extinguished too soon. The medical examiner worked diligently, each movement deliberate, as if unraveling the secrets held within the silent frame. What struck Mercer amidst the grim tableau was not the brutality of the act, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been prepared. Her nails impeccably manicured, her hair styled with precision, clad in garments that whispered of luxury and refinement. She was not abandoned here, Mercer murmured softly, her voice lost in the murmurs of the river. She was arranged, adorned. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a woman of success and ambition in the world of real estate. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of solitude within the walls of an upscale neighborhood. Her life, a tapestry of meticulous detail and careful precision, now unraveled by the hands of fate. As Mercer delved deeper into Walsh's life, a portrait emerged, a woman of secrets and hidden fears, masked by a facade of perfection. Her disappearance, a puzzle whispered among the shadows of opulent homes and whispered deals. In a modernist sanctuary that bore the mark of her solitude, investigators uncovered a world of immaculate order. Every surface gleamed with sterile perfection, a facade that belied the darkness lurking within. But it was in the quiet corner of her home office that a crack in the facade emerged, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal that held the echo of unspoken terrors. The final entry, a cryptic message of unseen eyes and silent footsteps. Digital trails led Mercer down a labyrinth of whispers and shadows, emails from unknown senders, messages that spoke of a voyeur's obsession with perfection. A puzzle of longing and desire that twisted like a serpent in the dark recesses of the mind. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Mercer's gaze sharpened, her intuition a beacon in the gathering storm. The killer, a phantom in the night, a weaver of nightmares and broken dreams. A pawnshop owner's memory, a missing emerald necklace, a name Michael Linden. A man of shadows, a figure of unassuming presence in a world of hidden horrors. Surveillance footage wove a tapestry of obsession and madness, Linden's silent steps, his careful dance with fate as he stalked his unsuspecting prey. A predator in the guise of a caretaker, a serpent in the garden of innocence. In Linden's modest abode, the walls bore witness to his twisted devotion, a gallery of stolen glances, snapshots of lives entwined in a web of obsession. The shrine, a testament to a darkness that lurked beneath the veneer of normalcy. In the cold embrace of the interrogation room, Linden's mask slipped, revealing the abyss that lay beneath a soul untouched by remorse, a heart devoid of mercy. They were flawed, he murmured, his voice a whisper in the silence. Their perfection a lie, a mockery of my own imperfections. The trial unfolded like a dark symphony, each note a dirge for the fallen, a requiem for the lost. Linden's fate sealed in the echo of a judge's gavel, a sentence of eternal night without dawn. For Mercer, the case closed, but the shadows lingered, a specter of unanswered questions that haunted her dreams. What drove Linden to madness? What twisted mirror of self-hatred fueled his descent into darkness? As the river continued its timeless journey, carrying secrets untold in its depths, Mercer sat in the quiet of her office. The notebooks of the fallen spread before her, a reminder of the fragility of perfection, the darkness that dwells in the hearts of men. In the hushed precinct, a whisper of wind stirred the pages, a reminder that in the stillness of the night, in the quiet of the soul, monsters lurk in the shadows, waiting to strike when the mask of perfection slips, revealing the truth that lies beneath. Story 21: The Mysterious Manor. The new owners of the Grand Victorian Manor believed the crackling of the old intercom system late at night was merely a quirk, a remnant of a bygone era. The system, once rewired but long forgotten, seemed to hold secrets within its static-filled whispers. One fateful night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button, and a chilling whisper echoed through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever uttering those words. The manor, surrounded by ancient oak trees, exuded an air of mystery, its exterior weathered but its interior modernized. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to the property by their love for history, acquired it at an unexpectedly low price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, sensing there was more to the story. Daniel, visibly shaken, led her inside, recounting how the strange occurrences had begun with the intercom system initially static, then whispers, and eventually coherent sentences that both he and his wife heard. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid, holding a steaming mug that remained untouched, and she revealed a startling discovery made behind a wall during renovations. Hidden in the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, was a small leather-bound journal belonging to someone named Alina, the previous owner. The journal entries painted a picture of Alina's fear that her husband, Vincent, intended to harm her. Further investigation revealed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had once lived in the house. Records indicated Vincent had sold the property shortly after Alina's disappearance, with no trace of her existence beyond the final journal entry from 30 years ago. As the team explored the property, they uncovered anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. Breaking through the aged concrete unveiled the truth in the form of human remains, a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of violence to the skull. A wedding band inscribed with "To Alina, my eternal love," was found among the bones. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the crime when presented with the evidence. He admitted to silencing Alina, who continued to communicate through the intercom even after her death, seeking connection from beyond the grave. Vincent's meticulously crafted facade of Alina's departure crumbled under scrutiny. The trial swiftly ended with his guilty plea to murder, the judge acknowledging the calculated cruelty and prolonged deceit woven into the narrative. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property after a memorial service for Alina was held in the restored garden. The intercom system, a conduit for Alina's voice, was removed during renovations by the subsequent owners, who heard whispers and static during its dismantling. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival, contemplating how the house itself had unraveled its hidden truths. Known locally as the house that answered back, it stood as a testament to Alina's persistence in seeking justice from beyond the grave. Occasionally, Detective Reeves drove by the manor on her way home, slowing down with the window cracked, listening for echoes of whispers carried on the wind, a haunting reminder of the house's enigmatic past. Story 22. In the beginning, there was just a faint flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, a blip in the technology. But then the audio crackled, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her blood turning to ice in an instant. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room, fear gripping her chest like icy fingers. But as she flung open the door, the crib stood empty, silent in the dimly lit room. The window remained closed, the door securely locked. The only thing amiss was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy, unblinking eyes fixed upon her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house, reverberating off the walls until her voice grew hoarse, raw with terror. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, summoned emergency help. When the authorities arrived, they found her huddled on the nursery floor, holding onto the stuffed rabbit as if it were her only lifeline. Her infant son, Samuel, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The investigation that followed yielded more questions than answers. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system remaining intact and undisturbed. The baby monitor footage, once reviewed, revealed nothing out of the ordinary except for that haunting voice and static that sent shivers down the spine of all who listened. Detectives found themselves at a loss. How could someone infiltrate a locked home, snatch a child, and disappear into the night without a trace, leaving only a haunting message behind? Suspicion soon turned to Rebecca, the grieving mother. Her husband, Daniel, had been absent on business at the time of the disappearance, their strained marriage a whisper on the wind of the small community. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's struggle with postpartum depression, casting a shadow of doubt upon her innocence. Her demeanor, eerily composed during questioning, raised eyebrows and suspicions alike. The community began to whisper, casting shadows of doubt upon a grieving mother already torn asunder by loss. Then a glimmer of hope emerged. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign and unknown to the household. These fibers hinted at a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder had gained access to the nursery from the outside, a chilling revelation that shifted the focus of the investigation. Security footage from neighboring homes unveiled a dark figure lurking in the shadows on the night of Samuel's disappearance. A partial footprint in the garden's soil matched a specialized boot worn by military personnel and seasoned climbers, further deepening the mystery. Daniel returned from his business trip, his heart heavy with grief and confusion. Yet, as investigators delved deeper, they noticed peculiar calluses on his hands, a detail he attributed to a newfound hobby of rock climbing. Financial records painted a troubling picture, revealing a significant life insurance policy taken out on Samuel, raising suspicions of foul play. Phone records unveiled a series of calls to an unknown number, ceasing abruptly before the abduction. Dark secrets unraveled as investigators uncovered Daniel's hidden life, a second family unknown to Rebecca, casting shadows of doubt upon a man once trusted without question. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the baby monitor emerged as a pivotal piece of evidence. Digital forensics unveiled a chilling truth: the device had been hacked, its signal manipulated to deceive and mislead. The voice that whispered in the darkness had not originated from within the nursery, but had been planted remotely, a sinister ruse to sow fear and confusion. The trail led investigators to a residential basement where a woman named Elaine was discovered caring for Samuel. Her vacant eyes spoke volumes as she surrendered, a silent accomplice in a twisted game of deceit and betrayal. Through old photographs and DNA testing, a connection emerged. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, haunted by a past miscarriage, driven by grief and jealousy to enact a plan born of desperation. Daniel professed innocence, yet the digital breadcrumbs painted a damning picture. Fibers matching those found on the nursery windowsill adorned his climbing gear, his boots leaving a telltale print in the garden soil. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine laid bare their conspiracy, a web of lies and deceit spun with malicious intent. The trial unfolded with chilling precision. The courtroom hushed as the enhanced audio from the baby monitor filled the air. Amidst the whispered words that had shattered Rebecca's world, a familiar cough, Daniel's cough, resonated in the background, sealing his fate with undeniable certainty. The jury's deliberation was swift, their verdict resolute. Daniel and Elaine were sentenced to the full extent of the law for their crimes against innocence and trust. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred by the ordeal, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case served as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in the digital age, prompting a nationwide review of baby monitor security and parental vigilance. Samuel, shielded from the truth of his own disappearance, embarked on a journey of healing and renewal, his innocence preserved in the wake of unspeakable darkness. Rebecca, haunted by memories she dared not confront, kept the stuffed rabbit locked away, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded. The truth, as captured by the unassuming baby monitor, whispered a tale of betrayal and redemption, a story that would echo through the corridors of time, a cautionary lullaby for those who dared to listen. Story 23. In a small town that whispered of secrets, there was a house forgotten by time at the edge of the woods. It stood silent and solemn, its windows dark, its porch weary from years of bearing witness to the passing seasons. No one laid claim to its ownership, and the origins of its construction faded into the mists of memory. The townsfolk avoided mentioning it, as if by not speaking its name, they could keep its mysteries at bay. One day, a group of hikers strayed too close to the house, drawn by an unseen force. As they approached, they noticed something peculiar etched into the wooden siding, names, etched deep as if to serve as warnings. The list of names ran down the eastern wall, weathered and worn by time. But at the very bottom, fresh and untouched by the elements, was a name that none of them recognized. It hung in the air like a ghostly whisper until one of them, with a voice trembling in disbelief, uttered, "That's mine." When the call came in, shrouded in the cloak of night, the dispatch noted it as a routine trespassing incident. The caller was Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had stumbled upon his name engraved on the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a case of teenage mischief, a mere prank among friends. However, what awaited them defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness descended upon the forest, her flashlight cutting through the shadows like a beacon of truth. The weathered facade of the house loomed before them, bearing the eerie inscriptions of 27 names. Some names had faded with the passage of time, almost blending into the gray wood, while others remained sharp and distinct as if freshly carved. And at the very bottom, the name Mason Wright stood out, the cut still fragrant with the scent of fresh sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his words forming misty clouds in the chill of the night air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be here." The investigation commenced with thorough background checks on each name adorning the wall. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, casting a shadow of dread over the investigation. What linked them all was the unsettling fact that they had all vanished while hiking alone in the woods. Forensic analysts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns of the inscriptions. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a missing persons case from 37 years past, recounting the tale of a young woman who had ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Mason's background was scrutinized, his alibi dissected, but nothing tied him to the other names on the wall. His story remained unwavering. He and his college friends had randomly chosen the trail for a hiking excursion based on an online recommendation, with no prior knowledge of the area's grim history. The focus shifted to Mason's companions, particularly Emily Chen, the group's photographer. As they perused the images captured during their hike, analysts discerned something unsettling. A shadowy figure loomed in the background of 3 separate photographs, a tall, slender outline obscured by the trees. "We encountered no one else on our journey," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller gave the order to explore the interior of the house, revealing an abandoned husk filled with dust and broken remnants of furniture. Yet in the basement, a chilling revelation awaited the officers. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. Under the stark glare of ultraviolet light, traces of blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, a grim testament to efforts to conceal a dark past. As the investigation delved deeper, Mason Wright began reporting strange incidents: a rustle of whispers beyond his apartment, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures lingering on the periphery of his vision. Despite the department assigning him protection, paranoia clouded Mason's mind, casting shadows of doubt over his every waking moment. The breakthrough arrived when buried land records unveiled the house's previous owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of fleeting encounters with the enigmatic figure, a tall and gaunt presence that shunned conversation. Blackwood's abrupt disappearance 15 years prior had gone uninvestigated, his legacy of darkness buried deep in the annals of time. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller spearheaded a search deeper into the encompassing forest, unearthing crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along the well-trodden paths. Within one of these blinds lay a journal, a chilling chronicle of meticulous observations detailing hikers, their routines, and the sinister machinations of a predator. The entries escalated in horror, transitioning from hunting animals to hunting humans, with elaborate accounts of selecting and stalking each victim adorning the final pages. A manhunt was launched for Blackwood, spanning multiple jurisdictions, with helicopters equipped for thermal surveillance scouring the dense forest. Tactical units combed every crevice and hollow, yet the elusive figure remained beyond their grasp. Meanwhile, Mason Wright retreated into the shadows, his whereabouts unknown as the walls closed in around him. During a subsequent sweep of Blackwood's house, forensics unearthed a macabre secret concealed behind a false wall: a workshop adorned with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a name not yet displayed on the outer wall. The name was all too familiar to Detective Keller. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had scrutinized the house during the initial stages of the investigation. The technician had called in sick that fateful morning, unreachable by conventional means. Authorities established a vigilant watch over the house, deploying surveillance cameras and motion sensors to detect any trespassers. The trap was set, waiting for the inevitable confrontation with the darkness lurking within the forest's depths. 3 nights later, the sensors blared an alert, capturing on camera an otherworldly figure emerging from the shadows, an unnaturally tall, slender form moving with a grace that defied the laws of nature. As the tactical teams closed in, the cameras faltered, their lenses momentarily clouded in a veil of uncertainty. When clarity was restored, the figure had vanished, leaving only a lingering sense of dread in its wake. To this day, the house stands under constant vigil, a sentinel against the encroaching darkness that haunts the forest. Mason Wright and the missing forensic technician remain lost to the mysteries of the woods, their fates entwined with the enigma that lies dormant within the walls of the forsaken house. The investigation persists, drawing upon newfound resources as reports of similar disappearances echo through other wooded realms, perpetuating the legend of the names that none dare speak aloud. A pall of fear hangs over the town, its residents avoiding the house at the edge of the woods, lest the shadows claim them as they did the unfortunate souls whose names adorn its silent walls. Story 24, the coffee shop had been his sanctuary for years, his haven of familiarity amidst the chaos of the world. Each day he would settle at the same table, order the same black coffee with no sugar, and envelop himself in a cocoon of silence. The barista recognized his face, a silent acknowledgement of his presence, but to everyone else he remained a nameless enigma. Then one day he broke his routine. He didn't show up. Concerned, the police ventured to his usual seat and discovered a wallet left behind. Inside, a driver's license displayed a photo of him, but where his name and address should have been, there was only a blank void, a mystery within a mystery. Detective Sarah Mercer immersed herself in the enigma that was now known as John Doe. She studied the security footage with furrowed brows, seeking answers in the shadows of the coffee shop's walls. The footage revealed a man of unassuming appearance, average in height, nondescript in features, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather bag, yet his vanishing act defied all logic. "Play it again," Mercer urged the tech specialist, her voice a whisper in the dimly lit room. The footage replayed the mundane sequence, John entering the bustling coffee shop, taking his familiar spot by the corner, and engaging in a ritualistic pattern of sipping coffee and gazing out the window. But then, as he rose from his seat, he simply disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a haunting void. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mercer delved deeper. The wallet's contents offered no solace, blank spaces where personal details should have resided, credit cards devoid of names, and a solitary business card with a ghostly phone number. When dialed, the line remained silent, save for the rustling of unseen pages. The barista's recollections shed little light on John Doe's enigmatic presence. He was a man of few words, always alone, always immersed in his cryptic scribblings. His notebook, a tapestry of coded messages and enigmatic sketches, perplexed even the most skilled cryptographers. The sketches depicted structures unknown to the city's landscape, hinting at a reality beyond reach. As Mercer probed further, a peculiar detail emerged from the security footage, a flicker in time as John entered the shop each morning. Intrigued, Mercer revisited the coffee shop and encountered an antique mirror adorned with cryptic symbols akin to those in John's notebook, a mirror that seemed to hold secrets within its glassy depths. Behind the mirror's facade, a hidden chamber unveiled a trove of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same face but devoid of identity. A journal chronicling decades of experimentation in temporal manipulation and identity transference hinted at a reality far beyond comprehension. The enigma deepened as strange occurrences plagued the coffee shop, phantom reflections, sightings of John Doe where there was none, and an unsettling sense of a reality unraveling at its seams. The arrival of Margaret Keller, a former physicist with a tale woven in parallel realities, breathed life into the ghostly narrative. Daniel Weston, the man who didn't exist, was revealed to be a brilliant mind lost in the corridors of quantum mirrors and interdimensional crossings. his fate intertwined with the very fabric of the coffee shop, a nexus of realities converging in a dance of the unknown. As Mercer unearthed the final pieces of the puzzle, a chilling realization gripped her. The mirror shattered, a final message etched in the shards, proclaiming the closure of an experiment that defied the boundaries of existence. Daniel Weston slipped beyond the veil of perception, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a reality forever altered. The case of the man who defied reality remains a haunting enigma, a tale whispered in the shadows of a now-vanished coffee shop. Detective Mercer's departure from the force marked the end of one chapter, yet the echoes of Daniel Weston's enigmatic presence lingered in the whispers of the wind and the flicker of antique mirrors, a mystery unsolved, a reality unbound. Story 25: The Whispering House. She felt the urge to refresh the nursery, to paint over the faded blue walls that held the whispers of years gone by. As the first strokes of white paint touched the surface, a hidden message emerged, faint at first, then bold and chilling. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat, her gaze drawn to tiny handprints in the wet paint, too high for any child to reach. The Morgan residence, a Victorian gem, harbored a secret that would unravel into the Whispering House case. The young couple, lured by a bargain price, unknowingly stepped into a dark chapter of the house's history. Detective Sarah Klein arrived, her notebook poised for answers, greeted by a pregnant woman, wearied by sleepless nights and a tale of eerie discoveries. The woman recounted the abrupt departure of the previous owners, leaving behind a cryptic message and ghostly handprints. Detective Klein explored the house, the past whispering through creaking floorboards. In the nursery, the unfinished message lingered, accompanied by childlike handprints frozen in time. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the house's troubled past. 8 ownership changes in 30 years, families fleeing after brief stays, tales of children haunted by unseen forces. Records pointed to a leaner Blackwood, the widow who ran an orphanage within the house's walls, a woman with a shadowed legacy. Interviews unveiled a pattern of fear among former residents, unexplained phenomena, spectral whispers, and unsettling messages appearing during renovations. Aliner's dark secrets began to surface, leading the investigation to a chilling revelation buried beneath the basement floor. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled the truth, a circle of child-sized shapes hidden beneath the concrete, remnants of lost souls seeking justice. Forensic analysis confirmed the children's fate, their pendants bearing engraved names, silenced victims of Aliner's twisted ambitions. The nursery walls glowed with hidden truths under Luminal's gaze, handprints of the innocent reaching out from beyond the grave. Aliner's journals unveiled her macabre intentions, a bid for eternal life at the cost of innocent souls. Closure came with the proper burial of the Forgotten Five, their names etched in history as victims of a heinous crime. The house stood silent, tainted by the echoes of the past, a pregnant silence that refused to fade. Detective Klein's final report bore witness to the lingering presence that defied explanation. The nursery walls fell to the wrecking ball, a symbolic end to a haunting legacy. Workers spoke of whispers in the debris, voices of children lost to time. The house, condemned and forsaken, held onto its secrets, a silent sentinel to unspeakable horrors. A photograph remained, capturing the luminal handprints glowing in the darkness, a spectral reminder of lives extinguished too soon. The Whispering House stood as a testament to the unseen, a mystery that lingered beyond the confines of mortal understanding. Story 26. The old apartment held its secrets within its worn walls. The heating system emitted low, groaning sounds, and the pipes rattled with a familiar rhythm. It was all part of the building's character, or so she thought, until that fateful moment when a whisper, faint yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents, reaching her ears like a ghostly caress. It wasn't the usual background noise of everyday life. It was a voice calling out her name in a hushed tone that sent shivers down her spine. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A soft breath of icy air brushed against her cheek, followed by the eerie words, almost teasingly, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself at the heart of a mystery as she stood in the dimly lit, empty apartment. Her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall, exposing the darkness within. The forensic team moved around her, their movements methodical, capturing every detail with flashing cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been absent for a week before the building's caretaker raised the alarm upon detecting a strange odor wafting through the air vents. What awaited them inside the ventilation system defied all logic and reason. Officer Patel read aloud from his notepad, recounting Alina's reports of hearing voices through the ventilation system, pleas that had fallen on deaf ears as building management dismissed her concerns as mere quirks of an aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, her keen eyes noting the deep claw marks surrounding its edges. These marks bore the desperation of someone trapped, of fingernails scrabbling frantically against unyielding metal from the inside. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing both plants and young minds, had vanished under mysterious circumstances. Her once vibrant classroom now sat silent, her absence felt keenly by all who knew her. Her sister, during an emotional interview, revealed Alina's descent into paranoia in the days leading up to her disappearance. She had become convinced that unseen eyes watched her every move, that whispers echoed through the vents, speaking directly to her troubled mind. Shaw pieced together the fragments of Alina's life left behind in the apartment: the neatly made bed, the forgotten coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if awaiting a silent visitor. Each clue whispered of a presence unseen, of a chilling reality that lurked just beyond the walls. The investigation took a dark turn as forensic analysis unveiled a hidden access panel concealed within Alina's bathroom, a secret passage that wound its way through the building's structure, granting clandestine access to the labyrinthine ventilation system. Within this hidden realm, a cache of everyday items was discovered: a flashlight, a water bottle, remnants of meals consumed in solitude. It was evident that someone had been living within the walls, a silent observer biding their time in the shadows. The focus shifted to the enigmatic building superintendent, Harold Weber, a man of unsettling calmness in the face of mounting suspicions. His nonchalant dismissal of the building's quirks clashed with the mounting evidence of a sinister presence lurking within its very core. As Shaw delved deeper, Weber's facade began to crack, revealing a hidden history entwined with the building's dark secrets. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of Weber's meticulously organized collection of audio recordings and voyeuristic images, meticulously catalogued by apartment number. The chilling records documented his obsession with Alina, his whispered promises of a shared existence within the walls, a twisted fantasy that had spiraled out of control. The storage unit he maintained served as a macabre shrine to his victims, their lives frozen in time as mementos of his twisted obsessions. Weber's arrest marked the beginning of the end, but his parting words to Shaw echoed with a haunting certainty. His delusions intertwined with the very essence of the building, his whispers destined to linger long after his imprisonment. As the trial unfolded, the extent of Weber's calculated manipulation came to light, his actions exposing a pattern of predation that spanned years. The jury's swift verdict of guilt offered little solace in the face of the lingering unease that pervaded the once haunted apartment building. Today, the building stands as a silent sentinel to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. Despite attempts at renewal and fresh beginnings, a pall of unease lingers among its corridors. Residents speak in hushed tones of whispers carried on the cold drafts that seep through the vents, of unseen eyes that watch from hidden places. The building's bones creak, its pipes rattle, a symphony of echoes that hint at the dark secrets buried within its aging facade. And as night falls, a chill descends, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, lest the whispers of the past find a way to reach out once more. Story 27: The Mystery of the Brass Key. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where Sarah Miller lived, a mysterious key arrived in the mail one day, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. It was a single brass key, aged and worn with time. Sarah didn't recognize it, but there was something strangely familiar about it. Intrigued, she tried it in every lock she owned, but none of them turned. It didn't belong to her. Perplexed, Sarah placed the key on her coffee table. Suddenly, the old grandfather clock in the hallway, silent for years, let out a single, hollow chime. A shiver ran down her spine. Sarah, feeling uneasy, reported the strange occurrence to the authorities. What started as a simple oddity soon unraveled into a chilling criminal investigation that would shake the peaceful neighborhood to its core. The responding officer initially brushed off Sarah's concerns, suggesting the key might have been sent by mistake, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, placing it in a small evidence bag that would become pivotal in the unfolding investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, received the case file. The brass key sat on his desk, seemingly ordinary yet carrying an unsettling aura. Background checks on Sarah revealed no signs of criminal activity. She was a retired teacher, a widow with grown children, leading a quiet life. Forensic analysis found no fingerprints on the key except Sarah's. The envelope yielded no clues, only a generic postmark. The key, a standard Schlage, showed signs of age but nothing remarkable. The breakthrough came when Detective Harmon ran the key's unique pattern through the department database. 7 years prior, a cold case had documented an identical key pattern linked to a storage unit containing disturbing evidence of violence against women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, but now a new light emerged. The key pointed to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had vanished years ago. As the investigation deepened, a harrowing truth began to surface. Jenkins, a quiet and unassuming man, had a dark and twisted secret. Behind his deceased mother's cabin, investigators found a hidden room filled with brass keys, each one representing a victim. The keys led to a grim discovery of human remains, hinting at a trail of unspeakable horrors that Jenkins had left behind. As the manhunt for Jenkins intensified, a name emerged in the press: the Keymaster. Fear gripped the community as the extent of Jenkins' crimes came to light. Sarah, now living in fear, received protection as authorities raced to capture the elusive predator. The hunt culminated in a dramatic confrontation in the wilderness, where Jenkins met his end, leaving behind a journal detailing his heinous acts. In a chilling message to Sarah, he revealed his twisted obsession with her and his dark legacy of violence. The investigation uncovered 32 victims, bringing closure to families who had long awaited answers. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, never returned to her home, haunted by the proximity of evil that had touched her life. The grandfather clock, once a silent witness, was revealed to have been bugged by Jenkins, a sinister reminder of his watchful eye. The case stood as a stark reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a facade of normalcy, prompting ongoing research into the minds of predators like Jenkins. And in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sat silently, each one a symbol of lives lost and a truth too horrifying to unlock, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Keymaster's reign of terror.